Oh yeah, DW. As soon as I heard about, like, I was reminded about the Iowa caucus, I'm like, damn it, we missed out on DWAC. That's like freaking A. That was probably the easiest one. When's the next bunch of states
Well, I came to my office this morning and it was 47
voting? Because we
degrees.
we
So
need to be able to play that.
I don't.
MSOS. Yeah, that had a good Friday. Yeah, what the heck is this all about, man? Hmm. Volume at exit. I don't know. The Ross prison guy. uh, I don't think anything yet blazing. Pretty slow looking. Yeah, I'm a Bucks fan. I mean, as if I'm gonna root for a team, it's gonna be the Bucks. Well, I watched the game last night. I don't think it was that the Bucks were good. Maybe they are, but I thought the Eagles were very bad. Kind of safety. Yeah, that again was the quarterback's fault. Plenty of time to toss that away, but he didn't. Jeez. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I don't take it. Moons. Jeremy are playing this thing right now. Halo. Wait, how did that just hit 60? I did not see it. I know there's a new video out about the alien at the mall, but I didn't see the actual alien in it. I'm like, what are we looking at here? An escort service is booked. Oh my gosh. It's gonna go. Stuffed. Well, feels like -6. Jeez. Well, let's blow out the bottom. Really didn't do much. Didn't take out the 5 though. What's going on, Real Dawn? None of my shit saved from last week. This one could get interesting. I'm going wire snapping. Oh, it's from Letterkenny. I don't know where you're coming from. That was a hell left field. Jeez. What is that manufacturing data? What's up, Space Dan? Slow this morning, as it's been. Yeah, I totally agree. I hate this time of year. It's my least favorite time. There's so many breaks, so many 3 day weekends back to back. Seemingly back to back anyway. It's 5:15. ELAB. Now this chart looks interesting. That's a good start. So yeah, look at this chart, man. This looks great. Okay. Unable to accept your extended order as is hyper marketable and appears to me. Shut your freaking face. Please sell, piece of shit platform. There you go. All right. What the hell? I finally nailed one. Man, look at that daily. That was great. When I saw that, that's the why I jumped in immediately. I was like, oh my gosh, this. I don't know if this is an IPO or a merger or whatever, but low float and you got this kind of price compression. Boom. This is got a date with whatever this is, 424. Maybe. We'll see. It looks like it though. Is there news? Oh, there's news. Requires a worldwide license for proprietary stem cell manufacturing technology. All right, 424 and it goes dumb, right? Well, should. See if you can hold 4 now. Initial selling. And then does it hold? Second attempt. You didn't pick up 10,000 shares. Shut your freaking face. All right, second attempt at pushing it. Whoa, did you see that big buyer hold up? Was that 100,000 shares? Okay. Okay. Still holding four really well. Or at least trying to here. Sellers. See what that does. All right, now I can go potty. I don't want to, but I always get excited, and that's what sparks it all in the morning. So it still hasn't done much more? Huh. Surely this does something, right? Oh, look how thick it is. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. What's up, Spurgy? Does this scream cup and handle or what? Jeez. Adolfo? Why? What kind of ball joke is this? What 50-50 calls? Maybe. It'd be interesting to see if it goes today or tomorrow or 550 on Nvidia. TSMC? Wait, TSM. What are you talking about, TSMC? It's like, is that ticker? What acronym are you? My brain, caffeine hasn't kicked in yet. Oh, he was actually just talking about TSM, Taiwan Semiconductor. That chart looks pretty decent too. I see a little drop there. So last time this thing broke high day, it didn't do anything but sell off. So you got to think this is going to happen again. Unless like there's some significant price consolidation right underneath that level. DWAC, it's certainly a potential. I didn't even think about the Iowa caucuses. I mean, everybody knew Trump was going to win it. And we didn't even think to play DWAC. So we're dumb. DWAC is like the most predictable trade alive. And all of 2023 and now 2024, I have missed the trade. So when's the next bunch of elections? So we can actually play it this time. I wonder what just long dated options look like. When's the big election? What do they call it? Super Tuesday? I'm just looking. Just curious, jeez. Just curious. $2024 Super Tuesday will be March 5. You know what, geez? The very fact that you hate it makes me like it even more. March 5. All right. You're telling me it's not going to be over $20 by March 5? Or after March 5? You're telling me DWAC is not going to be over $20? Is that what you're telling me, Cheese? You're telling me DWAC ain't going to be over $20? It's a lock. It's a lock. No. I'll be right. $20 would be the break even if there is time decay. That's your can't lose price. Rumble. We'll let DWAC pull in a little bit. We're not buying it here. Pull back. Let the profit taking go on. Let's see if we can get it to come back down to this, like, I don't know, 1650 level.
You smell that? What is that?
CMAC. Let's go, bud. First time giving the channel. What are we gifting for this early, CMAC?
Opportunity. No, money.
All I'm saying is that SPAC should have been approved long ago, and it's not. Fun is the one. Oh, yeah. Don't they have their final vote? DWC. I'll have to see. I'll have to check. If they kick the can down the road again, great. Get that out of the way, and then we can play DW. I'll have to do a little research. The VEX ETF get delisted? I didn't know you even had one. Didn't he drop out of the race last night? Or whenever? Was MAGA? I don't know. Oh my gosh. Automod held. That's crazy. Automod smart detection beta. Automod held for approval Trump 2024. That's all it was said. Not dosed post. All it said was Trump 2024 and it held it for review. Oh my gosh. And then dude Parker deleted it. I have heard that quite a bit. Eagle eye. Look, holding it again. What is this auto mod beta shit? Where is that coming from? And it now, well, at least it's fair. Biden 2024 was held as well. I had to prove it. It should be good now. Oh, DeSantis. Oh, so it's biased towards DeSantis. Got it. Automod's all about DeSantis. Try something about the Clintons. You might end up unalived if you do, but someone's got to try it, right? Putin's good, apparently. You misspelled DeSantis. Benghazi. Where you get Automod? I don't know where that Automod is from. I really don't. I think I have a Stream Elements one, but that doesn't seem like it. That seems like Twitch. I'm an island boy, trying to make it. SJ on Putin? No. You dicked up the clip. Did you even listen to it before you posted it? Savage, you freaking... you're terrible. You're terrible clipping. Roka, hopefully.
28.
Dirty Dan with the 28. Let's go, homie. C-Mac, did you ever say why you're gifting so early in the morning? Did you make some yam yam? We got caught up in the Biden-Trump Automod dilemma. January 16th. Well, one trade this morning. Let's check out what the boys are saying here. Got it, got it. What is this one? HMST. Okay, nice little charty chart. What's the news on it? After buying offer from First Sun. Bets, got it. I don't do anything right just yet, but it might. Bets. RVSN did it. LAES. I haven't looked at that one, but no one's talked about it since I've been on. Pop and drop. Okay. Maybe 250 holds. Panel. All right, a few things to watch. We'll see. All right, 5-minute break. Be back for the open Zim. Let's take a look. Yeah, maybe. Oh yeah, and you got to throw up AMD, Nvidia. Those things. This one looks just ready to go, man. All right, 5-minute break. Be back for the open. One trade, nice start. Hopefully, I don't dig it up. Good luck today, peeps. So, extended weekend. So, things gotta be a little crazy here out of the open. Oh, missed it. Well, there's your 52-week high.
It is by gains I guide my trade. It is by risk I gain my volatility. It is through my degenerative ability I will succeed. I will be green.
I like it. I like it. Let's go whiskey chai 5 months. Has it only been 5 months, whiskey? Is this going to pull an AMD kind of move or an NVIDIA type of move? Breaks Bollinger Bands, just goes for like a couple days. E-Lab's kind of selling off right now. Maybe a red to green. We'll see. No hurry. Jeez. Yeah, I was just talking about the sub, and you've been around. I felt like it's been longer, but I thought the sub was longer. Not that you need to sub, but I just, for some reason, was thinking it was longer. What's up, Zach? E-Lab with a curl. This looks just juicy. Shit. We're talking 20 by March. We might get 20 today. What's the higher? 1950? 1950 is the high of this peak back from back here. Long dated DWAC. Oh my goodness, that sounds like such a good idea. My name's Steve Cheese. Get wrecked, Cheese. Oh, they've only doubled. Don't you ever doubt me in the shit stocks. This is where I wallow. This is where I wallow, Cheese. Never doubt me. could have been a whack ass millionaire. All right, decent volume. You do have a 1 minute. If that 1950 holds, got a chance. It's that 83 break. ELEV popping up. Keep an eye on that. So what a cut. Is this a cut yet? No. Oh, I missed it. ELEV popping up. You never like to see that as like a bid that's, 30 cents away from the ask. The ask getting hit, but the bid not walking up with it. It's not a good look. Neely's Apartment Cup 5 for AOE 2. I don't know what you're talking about, Jug. Ages of Empire 2. I don't know who Neely is. Talking foreign language to me here, bud. Yeah, Nvidia's mooning. D's mooning. All right, let's let that cook for a little bit. Come on back. RVSN coming up a little bit. Very thickly traded. Rumble. Man. Look at that. It's terrible. Terrible daily. HMST moving back up here. Really. This is 25. There you go, Dirty Dan. Apple 5-minute. JJ, I DM'd you like a week ago. I have not heard back from you yet. I am going to take that as something. I don't know yet. Just know I cry myself at night. Yes, personal attack. Absolutely. That's what we'll do. And he's going to say, oh, I'm never on Discord. I'm sorry. I haven't been on it in a while. I forgot. I'm sorry. That's what they all say. J. Joe. All right, we got AMD with a little bit of a level. Trying to hold this 9. See if we can do it. All right, thank you, J. Joe. Expect extra pillow talk. 50. Come on. Oh. ELEV has some levels here. 3? No. Can't really do it. AMD. Really seeing. There's no recent news on AMD. MSOS pushing up. Got it, Chase. East Caves, uneventful, which is good. Thank you for asking. Hope yours went well. Jeez, look at that dip and rip. There's a wall up there, though. Yeah, can I get the actual damn chart of this thing? Thank you. I'm out, so it'll go. NVIDIA has some levels. Apple 5. What's the deal with this Apple? Oh, you were talking about short, weren't you? You talking short? I just figured long. But yeah, that short worked for sure. There's the ELEV break. Just missed it. NVIDIA's got some levels here. A 5-minute. You're calling out bets 5-minute? Yeah. NVIDIA's breaking its levels. That was a decent one right there. ELAB VWAP, cuck and go. Nice call on SATS, Nick. Ooh, nice call, Nick. Or Titan. Roger that. Jeez. Oof. Not the fill I wanted. Just I did not get the fill I wanted, so I was just exiting most of it. So 300 share. Try again on another 1 minute. AMD with a 1 minute. Right at resistance. Whatever. SLDB. Little. Let's go. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. SLDB over 849 could get interesting. That little daily, in here. Call it 850. Yeah, RVSN, Grizzly, definitely moving, but it's also thick right now. $2 million share float, and this thing is just loaded up. NVIDIA with a 1 minute. Goes AMD, leaving the resistance level. Oh. Nice trade, cheese. That's okay.
Deep down I know I'm your favorite, and your favorite hockey team is the Red Wings.
Gosh. You got me. You got me. Tell you what, though, if the Red Wings knock the Bolts out of playoff contention this year, I'm never going to hear the end of it. Speaking of bullshit, everybody on my fantasy hockey league decides to get injured. Everyone. I had 5 injuries yesterday. And now Nichushkin is going to player assistance program. Bad timing, bro. Zach seems stronger right now? Probably, actually. I'm very scared. I'm very scared going into playoffs. My team needs to get healthy quick. I lost my second best winger for the rest of the season, more likely, because he has some sort of issue. Yeah, Shred, you do need it. Dude, I mean, do work. You think you're gonna get me with that one? Freaking get off your rocker, homie. Tesla. It'd be very interesting to see what Apple does to this 200 here. Very interesting. ELAB. It's got a little price compression here. Got a low. Okay, low, or higher, low, higher, low, higher, low, higher, low. Got a high, lower high, lower high. And just a million sellers show up. Easy history lesson. Oh yeah, for sure. All the FUD, you buy it, man. 100%. Wow, Boeing's really breaking down here. I'm kind of shocked that there hasn't found any buyers on this. It seems like an easy fix. NVIDIA ascending triangle. Yeah, but still, it's like it's not. And are they still grounded? Maybe let's start there. Are they? Are those Max 9 still grounded? LAES. I'll take a look at it in a second. It'll be months. Jeez, for some bolts that need to be screwed down. Over 72, I'll go long. See if this VWAP can hold. All right, I see your LAES. Nice move. There's the poop. Yeah, NVIDIA's got a nice one, bogus. Vivian. Oh, jeez. Ah, jeez. Boys, run. Run for the hills. We don't know which one we're getting right now. 4 months. Let's go, Vivian. So. DATS pop up. Love you, babe. AMD got some levels. And NVIDIA looks great. LAES coming back up. This looks phenomenal. Can we make babies already? That's what they all ask. Vivian, that's what they all ask. I'm like a stud horse. There's a hefty price to pay to receive my seed. Do you understand that? You will be gifted with a life that is like none other, no doubt. Because my genetic code is embedded in this child. Priceless, really. Well, let's just start with the ankles first, Vivian. we haven't even broken the ice with that. So feet picks, then we can talk. ELEV 5-minute, maybe something. Sitting at VWAP. Seven. Can't do it? Oh, it did do it. Wait, when did it do it? Well, it broke the level I was looking for. Not in a great way here. Try again. There she be. Can you keep going? Oh, yes, you can. There we go. Making the yam yam. Making that yam yam. Making daddy that money, 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 money. Money. Money, 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 money. Money. Gosh, I just want to make love to myself. Oh! Shut up, cheese. But you're welcome. I get a black leather jacket from Goodwill. I weren't even sub to you. Vivian, you don't sub on a schedule. It's like whenever. You went like 3 weeks without or subbing. You went with 3 weeks without streaming. How am I supposed to sub to that? And you stream in the middle of the night when I'm sleeping, and you stream when I'm streaming. When I finish myself, that's what I think about myself. Yeah, liar. Liar. Is Viv the hot chick on the horse you were talking about? No, that's Cam's mom. Jeez, I know it's hard to remember that, but it's Cam's mom. Speaking of Cam, I hope he's okay. I do ride horses. That's very good to know. There's other girls? Oh, hell no. Are you going to beat him up, Vivian? Cat fight? Cat fight? Cat fight? Cat fight? They can have me. It's all right. All right. Good to know. Monica and Cam's mom. You couldn't take him anyway, Vivian. Back at drumstick. You see the Cowboys game that hurt? No, I didn't. I just assumed they were going to lose, and guess what happened? I'd never fight a girl over a dude. Beta female shit. What if we're into it though?
Absolutely filthy. Bet your anus still hurts from that beating you took Friday night. What was that? 4 in a row?
Shut your mouth, Googly. Googly's referring to poker that we played, and he was putting in cheat codes, which was very obvious. Thanks for cheating, Googly. Just want SJ for his seed. This is true. Big Harry's got it figured out. They just want the seed. It's fine. Or the child support money. Either or. They'd probably take either or. Filthy animals. I need to give Vivian a shout out. She's a trooper. Go check her out. I think we have a clip from Vivian, don't we, boys? I think we do. I could be wrong. You think I was gonna get one of those? That's a good one. That's a good one. My wife will let me watch her. What's up, Jeffy? How you feeling about NVIDIA Bullflag? Oh, we just played it, homie. That was great. Talking about like the secondary move? It's whatever. This was the play. You had a cock and go, a cuck and go. What would you say the most money you've made is from cock and cuck buys and sells? I don't know what the most I've made. I mean, I'm sure I took a candle over candle play that led into a halt that gapped up, $5. So it's probably $10,000 to $20,000 back in 2021. Like that, I'm sure that was probably. Are you talking about one trade back in 2021? Probably something stupid like that happened. I'll send you a pic of my feet. Thank you, Googly. I appreciate that. I feel like shaking out the flu this weekend, but I'm mad 700 betting on the games. Oh, but you made 700. Nice. Amazon trade on best day ever was a Kakwa. I don't even remember that, Looney. Best day ever, and I traded Amazon? I have no idea. 11K on that Tesla trade. Yeah, that's true. You have that. Does anyone have that clip? That's a good one. I mean, that was 11K on 11,000 for Petty and Manny. Yeah. Feet picks first. Let's go. Yeah, it was. I think that Tesla was. This is again 2021. I haven't seen that kind of stuff since, but it was a cuck play that was $11,000 in about 10 seconds. So it's not necessarily the dollar amount, but it's just oh freaking A, that's funny. Dude, you also took like 1,000 contracts. You can make that money. Well, no, I couldn't because yeah, there's the clip. Jeffy always has it. Oh, those were the days, man. How long the hair was there. Look at this trade. So this is a cuck. This is a drop. This is kind of a candle under candle that failed, but anyway, it did go. So this is a bounce, and then you're looking for the candle under candle here on this trade. Again, hasn't happened since, so it's a really bad example. But this is a good example of a candle under candle trade. This is textbook. Look at the account size. Gosh, those were the days. It hit 13 at one point, I believe. Yeah, look at that. 13.4. I would have sold it all. I took 40 contracts at Tesla, 900 puts, 900 Tesla. Jeez.
Oh, yeah.
This is a really nice cuck play because it did go candle over candle right here before going. Light volume on the way up, big volume on the way down, big volume on the way down. It's picture perfect.
Ticker Beyond, BYON, Bravo Yankee, Oscar, November. Sure seen increased activity. Polt tweeting at 4 p.m. I will be making an announcement about Bed Bath & Beyond.
What? BYON? Dude, you took 40 contracts on a 910 underlying. How much did that cost me? Only, oh jeez. Well, that was only a $102,000. Jeez, I made 10% in 10 seconds. Defiant, I was up. No, this is a clip, not me now. This is me now. That's me 3 years ago. Come on, dude. So yeah, the trade, this is the unrealized. And then as I'm selling, I'm getting different fills or whatever. But the trade ended me up $11,000. So that carries 3.6 million. Sick Tesla scalp. What's this one? Is that the same thing? Did I get wrecked on this one? I don't know what this one is. Stop. Let me. There we go. I don't know what this one is. So the same idea. This is a candle under candle. I take 40 contracts. I'm pretty far out of the money, right? 11, 20 puts. No, I'm at the money. Jeez, man, this is a different life. Jeez, it did it again. Look at that. 8,000, 9,000, 10,000, 14,000. Holy hell. Same exact trade. Tesla doesn't move like this anymore. That's why I don't trade it. Oh my gosh. Dude, how much did I make on this trade? That is massive. That's a massive win. What would you do for a 12K win right now? I'd send Vivian ankle pictures. Do I have any calls on NVIDIA? No, I don't. AMD was the play this morning. That one looked juicy, and we're seeing it play out. I almost took the 160s. What are those going for now? They're up 100%. Love it whenever there's a clip with one of your swing ideas sitting in the business swing. Shut your face. Those were large swing positions. Going red on them was okay. AMD with a W. Right here over 49 level. SJ Fat Finger. Oh, is this the one where I recently about had a heart attack? No, what is this one? A10 calls. I bought calls. I meant to push or buy puts, huh? Is that the fat finger? Oh no. Wait. Oh, look at that. Yeah. So this is an example of me playing a cuck again, but I pushed the wrong. Can everyone talk at once?
Here is your month Bezos bucks. Cat JAM Cat Jam.
Thank
And
you,
where
Riley.
is our viewer rewards?
Shut your freaking mouth. I'll get it when I'm ready. This is a cuck play. It's perfect. I played it perfectly. Oh, but I didn't because I pushed the wrong button. And I bought calls instead of puts. This would have been a juicy winner. How do you guys find these? How much did I lose on that? $3,000, $2,600. Jeez. I remember that. AMD played out nicely. There's your W there. How are you finding these freaking clips? Oh my gosh. I think I know this one. Just bending you over and pegging you, bud. Just bending you
Shares
over and
continue to
pegging
spike
you,
for
bud.
RMBS.
That's what Vivian wishes she could do to me. Let's clip my creator dashboard. Let's make out later. What is this? Freaking love you. Let's make out later. That had to be me talking to Nick, huh? Freaking love you. Let's make out later. Okay, am I missing trades because of this? I've been sitting here fingering my butthole for the past 4 hours and nothing. I've been sitting here fingering my butthole for the past 4 hours and nothing. I've been sitting here fingering my butthole for the past 4 hours and nothing. Do you do options? I do occasionally. I don't do advanced option strats. Other people here do that. I just haven't bothered to learn it properly.
U.S. carried out new strike against Houthi
I love you
anti-ship
for
missiles in Yemen on Tuesday. That, according to Reuters.
I love you full on homo.
Ticker UEC Uniform Echo Charlie. Unusual options activity. The February 9 $8 calls coming in heavy for UEC.
All right. LAES has some love. Building up something over here. That's about it. Amazon or AMD and Nvidia still looking good. Thank you for that. The mic quality is unbelievable. I know that was back in the. Well, it's two things. It's the microphone. I was using a shotgun mic, but that was also before all the work around my house was done. Remember the reverberation I had in the room? That doesn't exist anymore. I've got so much dirt on the walls now, it doesn't allow the shaking as much. Make anything out of stocks like Nvidia with 25K. It's tough. If you only have 25K, you've got to play stocks that. Well, I mean, I don't have much more than 25K in my account right now, and I played Nvidia, right? 100 shares, and I made what, $150 on it.
Ticker GTLB.
You can still do it.
Continued activity, new highs.
It just has to be the right setup. Do you play 0-day options? That would crush you if you were wrong. It's true. And the answer is, of course. AAMC, is that holding up? Big pop on coming out of that price compression we were talking about. Nvidia is looking a little rising wedge-ish here. Careful on that. I love this SJ. So how far are you? 2 weeks into the year? Not too crazy. I haven't had that many great days. I think we're up 10% on the year. I've only had one $1,000 a day. But I've only had one red day as well. Or two. I've had 2 red days. It's all about just not getting behind early. I'm trying really hard to stay disciplined. I'm trying to scale intraday because we just haven't had, because you just don't know what the market's going to be like recently. You're Googling for that. We've had more days than not where stocks have been shitty rather than movers that you can rely on. So and if that's what I mostly play, which I've been trying to play more mid and large caps when they're there. But we haven't seen much of that this year. It's been actually more shit stocks. But I'm trying to start small.
That ticker DATS.
That
chat issued shareholder letter and provides corporate update.
And scale intraday. So once I'm green on the day and have a nice cushion, I'll scale up. Rather than hitting
DATS.
2,000 shares right off the bat and hoping that the market is ripe. Remember when all I did was talk NFTs? Yeah, those are the good days, man. Unfortunately, I really don't know. I don't know if crypto. I don't know. It's tough. Half of me says that is as good as it's going to get for a while, 2021, because of circumstance. Everyone's sitting at home. Rates were 0. We had free money coupons handed out to everyone, and they had time to go buy dick chickens and bored apes. I mean, everybody was driving a Lambo. I was making $10,000 in 30-minute videos, and no one was watching it because it wasn't $50,000 in 10 seconds. I mean, it was a different world, and I don't know if we'll ever get there anytime soon where, dick chickens and bored apes are at their highs again, because that was just an extreme market.
DATS that chat said subject to board approval.
You have to have
Dat
money
Chat
to throw away and light on
distributed
fire
shares of
for
Smartverse
that kind of
shareholders.
stuff to go
That's
nutty
Tango
again.
Sandy.
Dick chicken. Oh yeah, the freaking, oh man, that auction was nuts.
Ticker SMCI shares seeing a spike in activity, new
You
high.
guys remember
Sandy
that?
Michael Charlie
The,
India.
Wolf, what is it? Wolf game. You remember this?
Good afternoon.
You got any clips from the auction? People spending $100,000, $200,000.
Second of amazing opportunity that the world has never seen before.
Oh, that's not the clip I thought it was. Fun. The auction was for GIFs of Wolf Game. Or what is it called? I forgot what that game was called. I think it was called Wolf Game. I said, what's up, Cater? How you doing? How was your weekend? You're playing SMCI. Great chart, Cater. On the daily. There we go. That's the clip I'm looking for.
Equivalent to 3 million wool last auction. Or no, 4 million wool.
530,000 wool twice. 530,000 wool. Third and final call. Everybody done?
This guy, Corey, he was like one of the biggest investors in Wolf Game. And I don't hear from him at all anymore. Because his shit's down probably 95%. And he put it all in Wolf Game. And I'm talking probably millions.
530.
No, Jay Steezy at 530.
The last second.
No, Corey, you're gonna be 530.
Equivalent to 3 million
Once.
wool last auction.
When I bought those gross boobs. I made money on that. I still have some. QGen.
Ticker QGEN shares spiking with activity. Quebec Golf Echo November. Note circulations Betaville note for QGEN.
Betaville comment. Okay.
Shares continue to spike for QuietGen on Betaville circulations.
Diesel, you coded metadata tool before they were mainstream and made a mint on NFT. We were trying to get our group to do that. Wish you were around then, homie. All right, let's look around here. I really haven't seen much that I'm caring for besides the AMD that I'm missing out on and that NVIDIA play. ELAV's down. Probably done. HMST, not much. DWAC. Still ripe. Bets. RBSN. LAS. Maybe. It's kind of getting there. Ish, PGI off the list. CYTK off Sana. It's probably Boeing.
QGEN, Kiagen getting a pop here on volume. Quebec Golf Echo November. QGEN.
Y'all want a little poker? Let's get a little poker going.
Ticker PHUN shares seeing continued heavy activity, new highs. Papa Hotel uniform November.
Wow. Fix expiration tomorrow. Oh, yeah. All right. I know what Cam's been waiting for. Not Cam, Googly, sorry. Come over here. My YouTube has been jacked up. Look how slow this takes to load. I think it's the ad blockers that are dicking with it.
All right. Today is Monday, the 15th of January. This is a recap for the stock market activities last week and an outlook for the week to come. Folks, I got a good one for you tonight. Happy MLK Day. Hope you're enjoying the weekend, although I have a feeling that you have one of those chili bones. Why? Because we have this Polo Boys bomb cycle on, whatever, and it's
Oh my gosh.
freezing cold. Where are the cow farts when you need them to make that global warming? Anyhow, how
That's
bad is
good.
it
That's
ever?
good.
Here's how
Well
bad.
played,
We've
good.
got over 1,000 flights canceled at the Chicago airport, one of the major hubs in this country. How bad is it, Maverick? In the city of Houston, Texas, the lows today will be 23 degrees.
Damn, that's cold.
And in my former hometown of Portland, the lows would be at 17 degrees tonight.
Oh, so cold.
But if you thought that was bad, here's the Big D, Dallas, Texas, at 14 degrees at night. And if you thought that was bad, here's
Alright, here's your
Chicago,
poker
for you,
link.
-4, the lows for tonight.
Oh, madon.
And of course, since we're going to
Turn
talk
the
about the
volume
Fed, here's
slow.
Jackson Hole, Wyoming for you. We know it's cold, but not this cold. -18 tonight with an avalanche warning.
Now it sounds like they're gonna have one hell of a night.
What else do we have tonight? We have the Iowa caucus. And I got a wild
SALM,
prediction
Salem
for you. I
Media,
think that,
popping to the
former
highs of
President Trump will win.
24%,
I'm
Sandy
not sure,
Alpha,
though. It could be a
Lima
close
Michael.
call. But in reality, it's going to be who's going to have the higher yield tonight, Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis. One of these two will say goodbye. So we'll see what happens, folks. But I hope you enjoyed the wild card football weekend. And I got to congratulate anybody from the city of Detroit. It's been a while. You beat the LA Rams, and you're in the postseason for the first time since 1990, I believe. So congratulations to any viewers from Detroit. I know a lot of folks were crying last night. Could not believe it. But it's about time the city of Detroit breaks records other than the rate of homicide in the country. And look, if I had to bet here, I think that the Buffalo Bills are into something here. They just beat the Steelers. And I say it doesn't matter, the Buffalo Bills or anybody. Just please, I don't want Kansas City to win the Super Bowl this year. I'm sick of Taylor Swift. I think I got Taylor Swift.
Can we all agree with
It's
that?
time for her to disappear and make her miss her a little bit. Because now the entirety of the nation, with the exception of Kansas City, of course, rooting for the Chiefs to lose. But see, the thing with Kansas City is they're getting really cocky
there,
at this
here's your
point. They've been having it
chance.
so good, and they think that
No,
nothing's going to stop
Biba,
them.
I
say watch
trade-
out.
I trade pennies, low float stocks because they move faster. You get a bigger percent move in a short amount of time.
Was getting cocky, that's how we're going to get eliminated. And speaking of getting cocky, how about the Bulls?
That's
Not in
right.
football, the Bulls in the stock market. They're getting too cocky now. See, last year we got the mega cap
Swifties,
stocks
I love you.
lifting the stock market higher. We got a little bit of an AI mania sprinkled with the end of the year rate cut optimism, and the stock market is back where it was in 2021.
But I'm not married to low flow stock. Like if I see a big move that could come on a large cap like we did on Nvidia today, I'll play that. It just is looking for things that can move fast.
And
Just typically with low flow stocks, you'll get that more consistently.
now they think that nothing is going to stop them. But folks, this week we got a warning. Just a little taste of what's about to come here. See, in this channel, we've been talking about the duality of the risk. You got the propagandists, the CNBC, Janet Yellen, Jim Cramer, Jerome Powell, all saying, oh, we got a soft landing. It's over. It's done. Soft landing, everything is great. The economy is going to be better than ever before. And stock market will go back to the moon. What they don't realize is this is the most critical period of any economy. When you're done hiking rates and you begin to see the rate of inflation going down, you begin to see the light at the end of the tunnel. That okay, it's over. Inflation is gone, but the economy is still holding. The Goldilocks, baby. The light at the end of the tunnel is right here. The problem, of course, is the light at the end of the tunnel could be a train coming at 300 miles per hour. And that is, of course, if the Fed declares victory prematurely. What they're going to lead to is reinflation. Inflation will come back. Now, if they decide to keep rates as it is because they want to make sure that inflation is going to go down to 2%, then that's going to amplify the risk of recession in the economy, hence the duality of the risk. And now, all of a sudden, not just JP Morgan Chase CEO, Jamie Dimon, who caught up to the reality of the duality of the risk, the media beginning to talk about it now. The Fed is talking about it now.
All right,
That
get
there
in
is
on
a
the poker
balancing
tourney.
act here. Cutting rates
Starting
too
it up soon.
That's going to give you a reinflation. Waiting too long, that's going to give you a recession. Do you realize how hard it is and pretty much impossible to get a soft landing? This is why it never happened before. Example of the reinflation risk. Here's the headline for you. Housing.
OpenAI
Bidding wars
CEO
erupt
Sam
as
Altman speaking at
2024
Davos
kicks off,
says
with some
U.S.
listings
and
seeing over
AI will
30
be fine no
offers.
matter
Here we go.
2024 election
Back to the bidding
outcome.
wars and the cash
That's from
offers
Bloomberg
because
event.
mortgage rates went down. This illustrates for you the risk of the Fed, of course, declaring victory too soon. and
Starting
saying,
it up.
Okay, let's cut rates. You're going to see the resumption of the mania and reinflation in the economy. What about the other risk, though? The recession risk. Here it is. This week we got Delta Airlines earnings, and To be honest with you, the quarter was pretty good. And we said in this program before, if the conversation is about the quarter that was, then airline stocks will do pretty good because last quarter was phenomenal. If the conversation becomes about the guidance, or what's about to come, then these airliners will go down. And unfortunately for them, of course, we got the flying coffin, Boeing with the door blowing off midair, and Alaska Airlines. And on top of that, Delta Airlines comes out and says, oh, watch out. Maybe we've done pretty good here in Q4, but from this point on, it's not going to be pretty
JoJo,
good.
AMD,
So we're gonna
freaking
lower
moon
the
today.
24
We were talking about
earnings guidance.
pre-market.
Well, gee, why would
Little
that
cup
happen?
and
It's
handle.
not because fuel costs
Pulling
are
an
going
Nvidia.
up, energy costs are actually down. It's because of consumer weakness. They lose the pricing power because the consumer is getting weaker. They cannot afford the insane pricing on tickets anymore. And of course, if the margins go down little by little, the airlines will begin getting rid of employees. We see the unemployment rate moving higher in the economy. Even the
Took some
affluent
Boeing
consumer,
calls.
we got plenty of warnings here. Burberry comes out and says, watch out, profits
Looks
are
like
going
Boeing's
down.
gonna fill
Why?
this
The
gap,
consumer
huh?
is not spending anymore. Now you might say that Burberry sucks and all of that, but we see
It's a
this
big pivot
in
point.
many
That 200, you
luxury
got to think you
brands.
bounce there.
You look at the
If
prices
you
of
don't,
Rolex watches, you look at Gucci
jeez.
sales, all down. Well, the rich still have money they can spend if they want to, but they choose not. They're being conservative because they know what's about to happen to the economy. Friday, we got banks earnings. When we talk about the duality of the risk and the risk of a recession, here it is. Citigroup is now cutting 10% of the workforce, almost 20,000 jobs. Why? The numbers don't look good. They need to reduce cost. And this is going to happen not just in banks, but many companies. So if you think that the economy is out of the woods, watch out. See, the economy and the stock market, relatively, they do pretty well. When the Fed is hiking rates, when the Fed pauses, interest rate hikes. But then we get to a point where, okay, which one is it going to be? If we
See
go
it,
back
dude.
to the example of the GFC, 2006 to 2008, well, the Fed began to see recession signs in the economy. but in the
calculus is a
housing
good pivot
they
point.
decided to cut rates.
You know,
Next thing you know,
technically
oil
it's a
prices
nice spot,
went
but
higher.
I
So
don't
we
know.
got the duality of the risk. Inflation.
This
and
news
energy
seems to
prices.
have some legs
And then
on
you
it. I
got
don't
Ticker
know.
inflation risk
RMBS
coming
shares
from the housing
continue to see
people
activity
scared.
new highs for
Eventually,
RMBS.
of course, something got to give, and we got the collapse of Lehman and goodnight Irene. And the same thing will happen again here, absent of a miracle. The Federal Reserve would not cut rates absent of a disaster hitting the economy because cutting rates too soon guarantees the resumption of inflation. Even Mohammed El-Arian, who I thought already capitulated and said, yeah, well, we have a soft landing now. I don't know. Let me know in the comments. What do you think? Do you think he capitulated or not? Maybe I'm just being too hard on him here. But now he says inflation is stuck and the Fed cannot lower prices without damaging the economy. Duh. This is what we've been talking about here. So, of course, we hear from the zombies in central banks. For example, Atlanta Fed Bostic comes out and says, warns actually, that U.S. progress on inflation is likely to slow. In other words, you gotta taper your expectations here about rate cuts. Across the Atlantic, Madame Lagarde comes out, says rate cuts to occur if it is clear that inflation has fallen to 2%. Today we get the headline from the ECB again, possible there will be no rate cuts this year, says an ECB member. Because, ladies and gentlemen, rate cuts only happen for the wrong reasons. And I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, well, what about 2018 when the Fed cut rates and then we lived happily ever after until the crash of 2020? Why did the Fed cut rates, or at least Jerome Powell abandoned his autopilot hiking policy in 2018? Because the market crashed by 20%. Rate cuts only happen for the wrong reasons. After the disaster, this week we got a reminder. The CPI came out, and guess what? It went higher month on month. as you
PHUN
can see here,
Funwear
December.
up 220% now. Papa Hotel uniform November.
We were supposed to see CPI going down negative if we were about to cut rates for the good reasons. But we see that inflation coming back up again. You look at the CPI, all items in blue. Doesn't look like this is going down for me. Looks like it's bottoming right now. And it's about to perk up higher. There's too
Yeah,
much
that fun
risk
is
that if
insane.
the Fed indeed cuts rates in March, as the market is anticipating, and rallying equities prices based upon, if the Fed does that, inflation will come
400
back.
million
and
shares traded.
go back to point zero.
Jeez.
Now the Fed has to flip and do 180 and take the rate cuts off the table and do a hike again. You can't do that. Too much risk. And the Fed realizes that. And this is why Atlanta Fed Bostic comes out and says, watch out. Even though he's one of the biggest propagandists and so-called doves in the Federal Reserve. Insider trader, of course. The other narrative that you hear is, oh, but Maverick, if you look at the 3-month inflation, the average is already below 2% if we look at the overall inflation rate. And that means that sooner than later, inflation is going to go down and the Fed is going to cut rates by March. And You're just being a doom and gloom here, fear mongerer. All I got to say is look at the core inflation rate in the past 3 months, over 3%, 6 months, over 3%, past year, over 3%, almost 4%. That is way above the Fed's 2% target. As far as the
OpenAI
overall
CEO
rate,
at
that is all
the
done
Bloomberg
because of the
Davos
drop in
event
energy
said
prices. We know how volatile
artificial
energy prices
general
can be. Just look
intelligence
at what's
coming
going
in
on
close
in the
future
geopolitics, the Red Sea, the Middle
and will
East.
change world
Energy
less than
prices
people
can come
think.
back up easily. We see that overall inflation in the 3-month trend going back above 2% again. If we look at the CPI report year on year per category, we can see that shelter inflation is up by 6.2%. And I remember that the propagandists and the pumpers, as far back as 22, they've been saying, oh, but you know, the CPI is lagging. It's all about shelter inflation now. And if you look at apartments.com, oh, the prices are going down, that's going to show up in the CPI. Well, it's been about 2 years now, and it never really showed up. Shelter inflation keeps going higher. Why? Because this narrative is bullshit. They don't understand how shelter inflation is calculated in the CPI. But regardless, we see that electricity costs up 3.3% year on year, food up 2.7%, vehicles up 1%, apparel up 1%. What went down year on year? Medical care services down about half a percentage point, but month on month they went higher. Gasoline, here it is. Gasoline down 1.9%. Why is that happening? The
DWAC
oversupply that we
hiding.
see right now, OPEC could take care of that. And then we have the risk of geopolitics, so we could see gasoline coming back up again. And then all of this narrative about inflation going down, poof, gone. And with that, all of the hopes for rate cuts, poof, gone. Just think about what's going to happen with goods inflation as we see container shipping rates skyrocketing because of the
Ticker
crisis in
DWAC
Greece.
shares
This
seeing
is a
continued
massive,
activity, new
massive
highs for
Prices
DWAC.
almost doubled in a couple of weeks now, and I don't see that the crisis will be resolved anytime soon. It appears that maybe we're going to go, or let's say, to be honest, dragged into a war here. What do you think that's going to do to oil prices?
Long dated
The fight
calls
against
on
inflation is not over
DWAC,
yet, not even close.
$20. You
And any
crazy?
move by the Fed to cut rates will be
Have
a
fun
major,
with that
major
one.
mistake. It will take us back to the crisis from the 70s.
It's
So when
ticker
will the Fed really cut
PSQH
rates? The
Papa
answer is,
Sandy
will we
Quebec
have a
Hotel.
Jeez,
recession?
I'm
Relatively
not
light
right
bump
too
in
often.
activity, new highs for
Fear
But when I am.
that comes, for example, from a systemic risk fear, something blowing up in the economy. Then the Fed begins talking about interest rate cuts. Where do we see the systemic risk?
OpenAI
growing in
CEO
the economy
Altman
right
said
now?
3 million
The answer is the
GPTs
banking
created
sector,
before
of course. It's always the
OpenAI
banking
launched the
sector, but this time
GPT
around
store.
it's real estate, not homes, not single-family homes as it was back during the GFC. It's other real estate, offices, hotels, healthcare REITs, multifamily residential REITs. Those are the ones at the risk of blowing up. We begin with office REITs. What happened in the pandemic? Everybody stayed at home.
Ticker
doing their jobs
DWAC
from
breaks
home,
the
and for the
$20
most part,
psychological level.
It's been working out. No reduction in productivity. Productivity actually went higher. Folks appear to be
Jeez.
more happy staying at home, working from home, staying with their families, taking care of the kids. And that's not going to change anytime
Ticker
soon.
DWAC
What does
now
that
seeing
do
a
with
spike in
offices the
activity.
country? Think pre-pandemic. We have all of these companies,
ITGR,
investors, who
hearing
took a massive
Piper
amount of loans
out,
with expectations that we're going to
said
see
that
massive
Boston
expansion in the
Scientific
economy.
has
They took the
received a
loans, they built all
PMA
these
supplement
nice
for
I don't
things,
know.
SCS
I don't know what the
systems,
rules are on
whereby
that.
Integer
Sure.
Holdings
and we
is
haven't seen a
approved as an
recovery
alternate
yet.
supplier
Vacancy
for
rates
the
continue to go higher. At some
proximal
point, if
contact
you're
and
not
distal
generating enough
electro
revenue
components
from
used
these
in
investments
Fun at
from
29
rent,
now.
how are
SX's
you gonna pay the
neuromodulation
mortgage
spinal
that you
cord
took to buy
stimulator
the office
and
building?
deep brain
Furthermore,
stimulation
what
leads and lead
happens when it
products.
comes the time to
That's
refinance
India
this
Tango
loan,
Golf
this
Romeo,
debt at a higher rate,
ITGR.
of course, because rates went significantly higher. Not just the investor who took the loan
And
to
Bravo
buy
Sandy
this
X-ray.
nice office building, who's on the hook.
$20
It's also
calls.
the bank.
Let's just
Because
look.
if the investor fails to pay the debt back,
Oh, they're
we're at
only
the risk of
$350
foreclosure.
now by
Who do you think will
$250.
lead the bag here? It's the banks.
A
And this is how the
DWAC
systemic
Digital World
risk
popping
takes
over the
$203
$20
move.
level
We
of
fought 60 minutes
20%
last
now.
night, so I'm going to show
That's
you the
Delta
segment
Whiskey
here,
Alpha
at least
Charlie,
brief snippets from the
DWAC.
segment. I can't show you the whole video because the
And
babies
fun
at
where it
CBS
keeps
will
going
cry
now,
even
30
though I'm trying to help
cents.
them here. But listen
Just
how
under 30
things
cents now,
are
up
about
about
to spiral out
300%.
of control. Take a listen.
30
So
cents at
commercial
the
real
highs.
estate is a huge part of the book of business of your typical bank. And I'm talking mostly about these smaller and medium-sized, maybe regional banks. They have a lot of exposure. That is their bread and butter activity. About 30% of all their loans are commercial real estate loans. And here we are sort of seeing weakness in office that is something like that we have never seen before. And banks need to come to grips with that.
Are you comfortable calling this a crisis?
I think we're at the beginning. There's a potential crisis here.
In December, nationwide office loan delinquency rates crowded 6%, almost 4 times what they were a year ago.
A downturn in real estate made worse by bad loans, contaminating banks, and potentially the entire economy. Echoes of the global financial crisis of 2008 are hard to ignore.
Oh my gosh,
But whether
things
the
just
trouble with office buildings ends in a
going
simple
nuts.
pricing correction or becomes a systemic crisis, likely there's pain coming. Not just for building owners and banks, but for cities themselves.
In the long run, property taxes on those buildings will also fall by 40%. And these commercial property tax revenues are an important component of the budget of local governments, which means less money for police departments, trash collection, and some people are going to decide that, the quality of life has deteriorated too much and they want out. And in fact, that's what we've seen. In the last 3 years, our largest 10 cities have lost about 2 million residents.
You're losing that tax base as well.
And now you're losing that tax base, and now this cycle continues.
So you heard what they said over there. Okay, so if the office is gonna go bust, the banks will eat the bag. It doesn't just stop there. The city, in this case New York, but we also
PwC
have the
over
same problem
21
in
now.
LA and San Francisco, so be it New York, be it California, all of these states will begin to lose a lot of revenue, a lot of tax revenue. We already see the state of California, for example, in a massive budget deficit. How do you think that will be resolved if you're not generating enough tax revenue because offices went bust and banks are blowing up? Then you have the best taxpayers leaving these cities and these states. We're talking about states here, big states that could be in massive trouble. California, New York, Illinois, Washington, Seattle. Now, the solution, if you watch the entire segment in 60 minutes, they say, oh, these office buildings will be converted into residential units. And that's going to solve the problem. Not even close. That would actually be the nail in the coffin for this whole shebang. The headline from Bloomberg reads, short sellers see distress emerging in apartments as borrowing costs surge. What are they talking about? Here it is. And pay attention now. This is really important. Soaring rents and cheap funding made blocks of U.S. rental apartments
Mark,
seems
why is
like
that?
a, quote,
was the
can't
breadwinner this
miss,
morning? We
end
had
quote,
that
investment
first
during the
move
pandemic.
on
Developers
ELAB
piled in to take
this
advantage
morning
by constructing
from like
millions
220
of
to
multi-family units,
almost
while
4.
investors snapped up older complexes to renovate them.
I haven't
Since
made
then,
that many
borrowing
trades this
costs
morning.
have surged, and now there are emerging signs that some borrowers will struggle to refinance. Fitch Ratings said on Thursday, rents are stabilizing, landlords' expenses have risen, and competition has grown, which will cause the delinquency rate for assets to double this year to 1.3%.
Macro, no offense, Waller out with
exceeding
comments. There's no reason to move quickly
According
and cut rapidly as in the
Look at
past.
this. The delinquency rate for multifamily housing is now at the highest level since the financial crisis. And ladies and gentlemen, we're talking
S&P
about
futures
$1
reacted to
trillion
Waller
of
comments.
multifamily linked debt, which will mature by 2028. All of this debt will have to be refinanced at a higher rate, absent, of course, of something blowing up and rates going down to zero. Then we have no problem, but probably at that point, a lot of these multifamily units and their investors went bust, along with the banks that lend them the money. The warnings come as more than $1 trillion of multifamily debt is due to mature through 2028, according to data compiled by TREP, potentially leading to increased defaults and losses for banks and bondholders, while the problems are not seen as systemic. Short sellers are moving in to try to profit from the emerging distress. Daniel McNamara, the founder of hedge fund Polopole Capital, I believe, says I expect a great deal of pain in multifamily as we adjust to a higher interest rate environment, along with a lot more supply hitting the market in 24. And folks, it's already happening. The residential property value for multifamily apartments is moving down in a big way. In other words, if you bought units between the years of 21 and 22, you're sitting underwater. Question now becomes, can you continue to generate enough rent to pay your debt? And what happens when you have to refinance at a higher rate? Meanwhile, the value of the property went down. We're not seeing the problem here in single-family homes. We'll talk about that in a minute. But multifamily, that's a ticking bomb, along with offices. It is about to be detonated in this economy. When we look at the supply of apartments, huge wave of supply is about to come. So it's not only that the values went down because
Well, get in,
interest
Zach.
rates going higher. The supply will amplify
oh, there's
the
a
drop
bunch
in
of you
these
want in.
values.
All right, I got
And this
you.
is why when we look at the debt, when we look at potential distress in apartments, that is worth about $67 billion that could be in distress right now. The obligation for the investors, the banks, things could spiral out of control in this economy. And all in all, in the real estate sector, we have about a little over $200 billion worth of debt in potential distress. If you think that this is not a ticking time bomb, I got a bridge to sell you here. Now, when it comes to single-family homes, We know that investors been scooping homes during the pandemic like never before, turning this nation into a nation
Shares of
renters,
Nvidia
and by
up
doing so,
3.25%
killing the
today,
American dream. The good news is
$567,
it
a
could
new
also
record
blow
high,
up really soon. We know
getting
that
a
they
$740
overpaid for
price
these
target
homes. The thing
today
is, the price
at
of homes did not go down as we see
KeyBank.
with apartments and multifamily units. So for now, they're holding.
NVDA,
But they
S&P
know that the
futures
avalanche is
falling
coming.
here,
To begin with, higher interest
4,800.
rates made the monthly mortgage cost really high. The share of the monthly mortgage cost as a share of the median household income is now exceeding 40%. It's insane. So we're seeing that the housing market, of course, slowing down. That did not result in housing prices going down. So for now, all of these investors are doing okay. With expectations of rate cuts, as we've seen earlier in the segment, we might see a resumption of the mania and the cash offers. We might see pricing going higher a little bit. But if something blows up in the economy, we begin to see those buyers actually pulling back and being afraid that we could see a crisis here. They could lose their jobs and no longer afford the mortgage, even though it went down from 8% to 6.5%, maybe 5%. Then at some point, we will see single-family home pricing also going down. A lot of these investors going underwater, along with their creditors, the banks, and the rest. They will end up holding the bag. If we connect the conversation together, if we see a huge supply of apartments coming, which will devalue the market and cause a lot of distress, we see that it's really worth it to rent right now, not to buy a new home. And if renting becomes more attractive, then at some point, the buyers will stop stampeding or lining up to buy single-family homes. And that's going to drop the value of single-family homes.
Fed's Waller said data in the last few months is allowing
we
Fed to
have the
consider cutting
distress in
policy rate in
offices and
2024.
multifamily.
Options on
Soon enough, it
DWC are
becomes
so
the
backwards.
single-family
Changes
homes.
in policy
Supplies
paths must be
going up
carefully
little by
calibrated,
little.
not
The
rushed.
22
permits, the
calls
permits
were
are
confident
more
we
sensible
are
than the
within
21s.
striking
Notice we
distance
have
of
a
achieving
shortage of
sustainable
supply.
2%
Resolution
inflation.
is to dump more supply in the market, and that's going to reduce prices down. The problem is, what if we have also a recession?
Okay.
Rate
We see
cut
the
should be
unemployment rate
done
moving
methodically
higher.
and carefully.
Then
No reason to
single-family
cut as
homes
quickly
will have a double
as in
whammy.
the
That is
past.
the increase of supply and the weakening economy, aka the loss in demand. So pricing could come
Fed
down.
December
crashing.
jobs
Now
report
you
was
have a lot of
largely
not just
noise. That's from the
investors,
Fed's
you have
Waller.
a lot of homeowners who are sitting at homes that they bought in 21 and 22, perhaps 23, and the value of these homes are now underwater. That's the risk of deflation. A lot of folks think that deflation is good for the economy. It's good for the consumers and those who've been really conservative and planning for an economic downturn, because we can go ahead and scoop these assets for pennies on the dollar. But ladies and gentlemen, deflation actually means recession, because deflation means that a lot of assets were bought at a certain price, a lot of debt was incurred at a certain price, and now those prices are going down. A lot of investors, a lot of lenders will be underwater. Deflation equals recession. Recession equals deflation. If you want to see a glimpse of what the upcoming crisis in real estate would look like, here it is. We've seen it already in hospital REITs. The headline in the Wall Street Journal reads, "Nation's biggest hospital landlord suffers new losses." You might have noticed that the stock of MPT, Medical Property Trust, crashed by over 30%. Well, gee, why did that happen? Here it is. Medical Property Trust, the country's largest hospital landlord, said that it would record about $350 million of write-downs related to its largest tenant, which had fallen behind on its rent and hired a well-known restructuring advisor. MPT, the ticker MPW, which has long supported Dallas-based Steward Healthcare System, said more write-downs are possible. The news released Thursday after the market closed sent shares of MPT down nearly 30% in early trading Friday. The stock is down by 70% over the past year. MPT said Steward was $50 million behind its rent at year-end.
Well, 5 minute on DWC setting up.
Ideally,
we get a cuck right before it goes.
And to defer portions of rent
I'll break it as
owed
2015.
2024. Well, that means that Medical Property Trust is eating the shit bag. And of course, the lenders of MPT will soon enough also eat from the same bag. Now listen to this. This is really important. And you're going to connect the themes together here first. MPT grew quickly during the years of ultra-low interest rates. The Birmingham, Alabama-based real estate investment trust made a $23 billion worth of acquisition over the 2 decades, mainly hospital properties. MPT buys the bricks and mortar and leases the buildings back to hospital operators. Now, with interest rates higher and money tighter, MPT has been shrinking. MPT has been extending financial support to some of its most troubled tenants, including Stewart and Los Angeles-based Prospect Medical
2080,
Holdings.
it's the 5
Stewart
minute.
accounted for $3.8 billion, or almost 20%, of MPT's assets as of September 30, and it is MPT's largest tenant. Prospects accounted for $1.7 billion, or 9% of MPT's assets earlier this year. MPT slashed its quarterly dividend by almost half. So a lot of you who ask me, hey, MPT pays a good dividend. Is it time to buy? I said, look, if you want to buy it, it's up to you, but it was
Blew
a
out the
cash.
bottom and came
They
right
have a
back
high
up.
dividend
This might be a
because
cut and
they're under
go.
distress. Soon enough, they're not going to be able to maintain the dividend. You see, the problem here, folks, during the pandemic, the government was spending a lot of yayo in the economy, free cash, courtesy of the taxpayer and the future generation of this country, racking up budget deficits by printing trillions and trillions of dollars. And during the pandemic, anybody who had any medical property, hospital, any healthcare service, you can juice up the government for a lot of cash by saying, we take care of COVID patients. So it was easy. Anybody who wanted to operate a hospital got a loan. MPT went on a spending spree. They secured billions and billions of dollars worth of loans from lenders. They bought all of these properties, probably overpaid for them, and then they leased the properties back to hospital operators, medical services operators, and everything was hunky-dory because those operators were able to secure free cash from the government and pay MPT the rent. MPT can pay back the lenders. When you cut that
LAES, hi
cycle,
there.
when you have now, COVID is not a problem anymore, at least not a problem enough to resume the free cash operation by the government. So now these hospitals and medical service facilities, they hired all of these nurses and doctors at top dollar. There was a shortage of these employees. They took loans to buy devices that were also short in supply. They overpaid for them. Now the business went down. It's eerily quiet in these operators. All of a sudden their margins are collapsing. They're not generating enough revenue to pay the costs, so their profits are going down. All of a sudden they can't pay the landlord, MPT. MPT will have
All right,
problems.
here's a cuck right
paying
on the
bank.
support.
This
See
is
if
going
this
to happen
holds.
in offices, folks. This is going to happen in multifamily units and many more. Do you want to see what the risk of deflation looks like? Look no further than the auto loan market right now. We know that the prices or the value of new and used cars, but specifically used cars, plummeted since the highs. So what we see is a phenomenon of negative equity, meaning that you bought a car, a used car, when there was a shortage. The value was way too high. You took a loan to buy the car. Now we see the value of the same car. To begin with, cars, once you drive them off the parking lot, they lose value. But this time around, also because demand went down, supply recovered, so we see that whatever value you paid for the car, now you're sitting deep underwater. Well, what are the ramifications of that? Besides the fact that you, of course, incurred a loan that you have to pay back at probably a really high interest rate on a shitty car that could fall apart or get into a crash. What is the problem here? Here it is from Bloomberg again. It is a big challenge for owners looking to trade in their vehicles for a new one, since they would still be on the hook for the remainder of the loan balance. Plus, your insurance provider will typically only pay out the current market value of the car, even if you get in an accident and the car is totaled. If that amount is not enough to pay back the loan, you will have to come up with the rest yourself. Uh-oh. Do you think the majority of Americans understand this? Or will they find out the hard way once they get into an accident and the insurance says, whoops, we're not going to pay you the full amount? What do you mean you're not going to pay me the full amount? I'm on the hook for, I don't know, $25,000. You're saying you're only going to pay me $17,000? How am I going to come up with the rest? $8,000. Do you think most Americans even understand what's going on here? Because when you get into that situation, you'll realize that, oh my God, I also have
It's a very
credit card
specific
debt,
situation there,
$6,000
Matt.
that is now taxed at 21, 22, if not 25% by the credit card company as interest rate. Where do you think the money will come from? It is particularly tough for people who are realizing that they took out a larger car loan that they can afford. Whoops. For instance, say someone borrowed $20,000 on their car and cannot keep up with the payments. They might try to trade in the car, only to find that the vehicle is now worth only $18,000 and they still owe $19,000 on the loan. That means they have to come up with the $1,000 to repay the lender. And again, same phenomenon. When you see deflation, it's not good for the economy. Deflation means disaster. The example you see right here will be replicated in offices, multifamily, single-family homes, across the economy. And banks and lenders will be on the hook too. Look at what's going on with Ally Financial. They wrote all of these loans. Some of them are subprime loans, auto loans. Look at the delinquency rate year on year. 30 days plus, it was about 2% in 22. Now it's almost 2.5%. 60 days plus was almost half a percentage point in the year 22. Now it's 0.67%. When we look at the net charge-off rate, it was 0.85% last year. Excuse me. The whole 24 thing is new, so I'm still assuming they were in 23. But in 22, the net charge-off rate was 0.85%. In 23, it went higher by 1.31%. Is it really surprising, folks, that almost a year into the Silicon Valley bank crisis, and the Fed said, okay, we're going to plug the hole by issuing this lending facility, which will be temporary, by the way. We're just going to give the banks enough money to cover for the exodus of deposits. How temporary is this solution? Because almost a year has passed, and banks continue to lend from this facility by the Fed. And now we have over $140 billion that these banks have borrowed from the Fed. Without this facility by the Fed, we would have seen bank after bank after bank blowing up last year. The stock market would have been down 50% last year. But the Fed plugged the hole right now. And the Fed kicked the can down the road because at some point, these banks will have to pay back the Fed. And of course, the Federal Reserve says that this facility will expire in the month of March of this year. How would these banks pay back the Fed when they have all of these problems with delinquencies, with bad loans? Is it really surprising that we see the Federal Reserve net income collapsing, down over $100 billion
Let's go, Jeffy.
for the first time this century? But of course, this is fine. There's nothing to see here. Everything's okay. We have a soft landing in the economy. The Federal Reserve is in the hole by over $100 billion, and they will never be paid back because these banks will collapse. They will not be able to pay back the Fed. So what's going to happen here? Will the Federal Reserve take over all of these banks and all of these loans? Will we get into a future where we have one bank in the country?
How do you read
that
Stock
is the
Twits?
government bank?
I
Where are
don't.
we
I
heading
don't
from
read it.
here exactly, folks? But it's certainly not a good future, isn't it? It is no
I'm
wonder
rarely on
why
there.
We see that big corporate bankruptcy
Mo-
filing. We're up
you know,
over
90% of the
100%
people on there
year-on-year,
don't know
the highest
what they're
level
talking
since
about.
the pandemic. And again, we talked
They're
about
just
the
pumpers.
CPI
They're bag
and
holders,
how
and they're
that's
trying to
gonna
pump up the
prevent
stock
the
that they're in.
Federal Reserve from cutting rates, meaning rates will stay higher for longer. So we will see
It's
more
a tool,
bankruptcies,
but-
more delinquencies, more blow up of banks, and more
I don't really
blow up of
use it.
zombie companies. That's coming. For
Back in the
example,
day, it
the
was very
share of
popular
zombie
because
companies in the
it was
Russell
a
2000
community,
has
and you
now
really didn't
exceeded over
have
30%.
any other
At
communities
higher
out there
rates,
because
with no
Discord
profits,
didn't
these companies
exist,
don't
or
produce any profits. Some don't even have
chat
revenues.
rooms
What do you
weren't
think will
free,
happen
you
to
know.
these
So
companies? They're going to blow up. What do you think will happen to retirees? We have these coked up money managers across the country right now pushing retirement money into the stock market.
no,
buying at high
Eski, I have a
valuation, not even
here.
considering the risks at all. And all what they care about is the bonuses and commission. They're
Check
buying
this.
these big cap companies, the
Check
mega
this
cap
out.
so-called Magnificent Seven, at insane valuations. What happens when these companies go down? They're too big to fail at this point. We're not talking about.
I mean, I
Apple
used to
failing or
I used to
Microsoft.
use
We're
it. I mean,
talking about
I'll
the
look at it in the
stocks
morning to
direct
see.
going
Okay, so
down
literally, I'll get on
30,
StockTwits
40%.
in the morning and
Think
see
what
what's
happened to
trending. That's it.
retirees and 401ks in
Off
the
my
country,
phone.
individual accounts.
But once I'm at my
This
computer, I'm
thing
not really
will
looking
get
at it.
out of control, and it could be the biggest one we've ever seen, unless of course you lived through the Great
Yeah, Hyper, I'll
Depression.
get you.
I mean, you got the World Bank coming out saying the global economy is set for its worst half decade of growth in 30 years. And you know what I see if you've been watching the program for a little bit here. We're going to see all of these fears materializing. We're going to get a crash in a severe recession. And then we're going to sober up for years. All of this QE era will be equalized by a lost decade. In other words, if you're of a certain age, let's say 40 plus or heading into your 40s, what happens when the value of your assets, including stocks, and your retirement blows up and it goes down 40-50%? You're going to spend the rest of your life chasing it just to get back to even. And this is why when you have the arrogance and the cocky behavior by folks, oh, the perma bears are wrong, or you're just paranoid, you're doom and gloom, everything is going to be fine, stocks are going higher. You haven't seen the end of the movie. You will be the victim. You will lose everything. You will spend the rest of your life just trying to get back to even. And the paranoid that you made fun of, they're the ones who are going to inherit everything. They're the ones who are going to scoop up all of these assets at pennies on the dollar in preparation for the next bubble. And AI will not save you either. What AI will do is make sure that you're never going to get your job back. Don't say you haven't been warned. And with that, folks, let's expand the conversation.
Nice
and
warm-
move on to
nice
cover
and
the
warm
stock market.
outlook
We begin
by
with the closing
Mav.
indices last Friday, and here we go. The diamonds in the red, down by 118.04 points, or a decline of 0.31%. The Nasdaq barely positive by
That's funny,
2.57
dude.
point, or a gain of 0.02%. The same goes for the Spider, up by 3.59 points, or a gain of 0.08%. The Russell 2000 down in the red by 0.32 points, or a loss of 0.17%. Looking at these sectors on Friday, we see that energy at number 1. Due to the fear of geopolitics and what's going on in the Red Sea, we have real estate rebounding at number 2. Number 3, utilities. We have seen rates going down on Friday, just a tick, but it was good enough for these rate-sensitive sectors of the market. The laggards are led by consumer cyclicals, financials, and healthcare. Now, Tesla has a big weighting in cyclicals, so when it went down on Friday's session, it dragged down the entire sector with it. To contrast all of this with the weekly performances of the sectors, what do we see here? It was the inverse of last week's theme. Last week, it was all defensive. It was all about dividends. It was all about rotation out of the winners of last year. This week, we see the opposite, going back to the winners from last year, the mega cap technology stocks. So at number 1, we see technology. Number 2, we see comm services. Number 3, defensives. That's really interesting. The staples came out number 3, high dividends, more of a defensive theme. So we have a mixed reaction here. Perhaps positioning when it comes to the mega caps, but then real inflows is picking up staples at this point, which is defensive, not risk on. The laggards for the week, led by energy, utilities, and materials. The dollar was doing pretty good holding for the week, so that added pressure on metals, perhaps on energy throughout the week. When you look at the breadth on Friday,
This is one of those
NYC
instances
50%
that bid
advancing
never
versus
caught up.
48% declining. The Nasdaq 41% advancing versus 55% declining. This is exactly what the market maker wants to do. Close the market as neutral as they can before the long holiday week. So we see the NYC almost 50-50. Now we begin a new week in a new direction. Let's move on to commodities. What do we see here, at least on Friday's session? Initially, crude oil was up almost 3%,
give
then
me
it
up.
went down
My
closing the
setup's
session
gone.
with gains of about 1% apiece for the WTI and Brent. And of course, it was a big week, but a big day on Friday for natural gas, up about 7.5%. Now we see natural gas, at least in the session so far, as I'm recording this video, down. And the reason is natural gas went higher in preparation of this winter storm. But this will be the last week, and after that, it will pass until the next storm. So it would not be surprising to me to see natural gas retreating this week. When it comes to softs, on Friday we see coffee down north of 2%, but cocoa remains hot with gains of over 1%. Metals, even though the dollar did not go down, but because of the geopolitical risk, we see hedging here and buying gold and silver. We see gold closing with gains of almost 1.75%, and we see silver closing with gains of almost 3% on Friday's session. But the risk-on metals, platinum, palladium, and copper were down for the session, so this says that, hey, we got a hedge here. We have a long weekend. We have no idea what's going to happen in the Red Sea, in the Middle East, so we have to hedge by buying crude, gold, and silver. When we look at meats and grains down across the board on Friday's session, notable pullbacks here in corn and wheat futures, perhaps in preparation of the dollar moving higher next week. We'll look at the weekly performances all in all. We see the gasoline RBOB up about 4.5%, so you're going to feel some of that in the pump. And again, it goes back, it ties up with the conversation with the CPI. If gasoline was the reason why we went down the CPI, now that we see gasoline coming back up, gaining about 4.5% in a week, that means that the CPI will move higher. And this is going to be a problem for the Fed and rate cut expectations. We'll look at crude oil, we'll look at natural gas, all up for the week, north of 2%. And that's inflationary. We move on to the big casino, the options market. What do we see here on Friday's session? The volume remains shy with the exception of a handful of names. We're talking about Tesla, we're talking about NVIDIA and Mara, which is Marathon Digital Holdings. But you look at Apple, for example. That name used to trade 1 million plus contracts per day. On Friday, traded about 600,000 contracts. So the volume is shy here. But we see some activities in the options market in Tesla, NVIDIA, and Mara. This is, of course, related to Bitcoin. Now, when it comes to Tesla, we see that the spread right now is 50-50. So we see that folks are now buying puts. Maybe a sign that these are Johnny-come-latelys. The stock is already down big for the week. Maybe a sign that we will see a rebound coming for the souffle. NVIDIA, it's the same thing. Stock rallies big. We talked about the breakout before the year even began. Now we see the call options volume moving higher a tick. Are these folks a little too late in chasing the pop here? I think NVIDIA could go down and pull back. Tesla could rebound at least Thursday, Wednesday, and then we'll see what happens in the remainder of the week. Now, when it comes to Mara, we're going to give you an update in the charts analysis in a minute here, but before we do that, we know that the VIX is low, so we see a stampede, we see splurging right now. on cheap options hedging. And folks, when we see that, there is no point of being arrogant here. If you're sitting in a long portfolio and you're up big, you see the VIX down, you see the pricing of hedging down, take advantage of that and weather your portfolio. Buy some cheap insurance policies. If we go down in the stock market, at least you have some protection here and you can lock in some of your profits. Moving on to the unusual activities that took place on Friday's session in the options market. What do we see? We see all of these trades for UAL. This is United Airlines. It's probably the same trader buying calls with different expiration dates. What is the message here? We got a bad report from Delta. All of these airliners went down. But the rumor right now
Got a 3-point
is the
diagonal in
FAA
DWs, you
will
know.
look into the Bolt issue for Boeing, and they will say, okay, we can resume flying these jets again, so long as you tighten the bolts a little bit here. Now, which
Ticker
airliner has the
UCAR.
most
Note this is a
exposure to
micro
these,
capture,
flying
seeing increased
problems by
activity,
Boeing?
new
The
highs.
answer is
Uniform
United
Charlie Alpha
Airlines.
Romeo.
So if the issue is just a loose bolt and the FAA is about to approve the planes again, then UAL already went down big along with Delta. The expectations are maybe a rebound coming for the name here. So we see somebody who bought, if we take an example of the 3 trades here, somebody who bought the 42 calls with the expiration date of February 2nd. Expectations, the name is going to rebound and gain more than 5.5% of its value by the expiration date. Paid about $1 a piece. Enter this trade, all in all, spending about $1.4 million. And then we have the trade for COIN Coinbase. The name is down big because of the phenomenon of sell the news. So we've been buying all of these names, Bitcoin, along with Coinbase and the miners in anticipation of the SEC approving the ETFs. Well, we got the approval and the reaction was sell the news. A lot of these stocks went down big, including Coinbase. Here we have somebody who was anticipating a rebound and they bought the 142 calls for the expiration date this Friday, Jan 19th. Expectations, we're going to see a rebound.
I will
north
say
of
this, Bitcoin
8.5%
has
of this name.
leveled
Paid
out.
about $1.75 a piece. Enter this trade, all in all, spending about $2 million. Last but not least, what about CCJ Cameco? This is a uranium play. We like uranium in this channel. We've been bullish uranium, and I think
Feds
this is
Waller
a
said
name that
rent
gives you good
inflation
exposure
expected to come
uranium.
down.
So somebody sees the pricing going
It's
higher.
just
They
taking
bought the
longer
55 calls for the expiration
for
date
new
Feb
leases to
16,
follow
with
through.
Yo,
expectations
why is
of inflation
Baba
being
hitting
more
52-week
than 10%
lows?
by them. Paid about
Jeez.
$1.30 a piece. Enter this trade, all in all, spending about $1.3 million.
What happened?
Moving on to the heat map, what do we see in the heat map for Friday? We see that rotation in the big caps still going on as of Friday's session. So we see the winners, Microsoft and Meta. Marginal gains for Google and Apple. We saw NVIDIA pulling back a tick here, even though it's a major winner for the week. The
China
banks, of
market's
course, we
better.
got earnings from JP Morgan, Citibank, Wells Fargo, Bank of America. We see mixed reactions here. JP Morgan was a gap and crap. Wells was a disaster, down over 3%. Then you got BAC, Bank of America, that's down also, and the results are not really that good
For breaking
Bank of
wedges,
America.
just
The same goes
take
for
profit. It
Citibank.
seems it looks like it's slowing
Awful
down.
results. But because they announced the news of laying
You're
off
getting the
20,000
move,
employees,
take your profit.
investors, of course, loved it. And we see
It's
the
not
stock
like I'm looking
in
for high of the
contrast to
run. Just
JPM,
you're going to get a
Wells
quick
Fargo,
move.
and Bank of America actually
Exit.
trading higher.
That's my
In
strat.
healthcare,
anyway.
we see the Ozempic mania still hot. Eli Lilly, NVO, even Amgen, which could be an Ozempic play really soon. But we see pullbacks here in the healthcare providers, led by UNH, was down a little over 3.25%. So we have some money coming out of that name. In industrials, again, the geopolitics is predominant right now. So we see the defense contractors, Raytheon, GD, General Dynamics, Lockheed Martin, Northrop, NOC, all moving higher. Boeing, which I don't really consider as a pure defense contractor, has its own problems, so it is down yet again about 2.25%.
high-low
You see
faint.
the block
I
of
think
the
it used to be
airliners
too
all down
jumbled.
on Friday's session based on the
And everybody's
earnings
got a
guidance
high-low.
that we got from Delta. And
Like, it
again, the
doesn't- it's not helpful.
geopolitics remains hot, so we look at materials. We see gold. All of the gold miners are up, the exception, of course, the drag down came from Newmount. Newmount has its own problems, but the rest of the miners are doing okay. Then you have hedging via buying energy. So we see Exxon, Chevron, the refiners, VLO, MPC, decent week for the gasoline. and
Waller
RBOB,
said once
which is
supply
good for these
adjustment is
refiners.
complete, we'll
The
be clearer whether
defensives gained
demand
a
is
little
falling
bit,
enough
Coca-Cola,
to
PepsiCo,
finish the
Costco, but nothing
inflation.
notable here. We have seen
finish
steep
inflation,
losses in cyclicals, as we
the
talked about the
inflation-
souffle,
to finish the
Tesla down
inflation
yet another
fight, an issue the
3.5%
Fed needs to
plus on
watch.
Friday's
That's
session. Dragging
Governor
down
Waller.
the auto part companies, other manufacturers all down. Stores, stocks, apparel, restaurants, traveling services, all down for the session. In comm services, we see rebounds in Verizon, AT&T, the high dividend names. But of course, we're going to get retail sales this week, and if it comes out hot, we could see a rebound in bond yields, which will push all of these dividend-paying names like Verizon, AT&T down, and cause a rebound in the cyclical side. The retailers, apparel, resorts, hotels, those could come back in a rebound depending on the number we're about to get from retail sales. Let's contrast the theme with the weekly theme here. What do we see? It was all about
trying.
the remigration
DWC's
back
trying.
into the big caps. Huge
Like to
gains
see a little
from
bit more on the
Microsoft,
bid.
Google, Meta, Amazon. Of course, Apple, the laggard, but still gaining and rebounding about 2.5% plus. And of course, huge week for NVIDIA, up about 11.5%. We've also seen other technology names, software such as Salesforce, ServiceNow, Uber, Adobe. It's been hot for the cybersecurity names, Palo Alto,
still sellers.
CrowdStrike, and they added to the gains this week. Absent from the Mac 7. And
Gotta
folks, I
go
made
with
it
a
clear
30
that it
at
should
the
not
very
be
least
included
35.
in the Mac 7. Tesla, huge down week. Lost almost 8% of its value. And we have a problem here with this company. Margins are down. Supply is going higher, which will add more pressure on margins. You have the blockage in the Red Sea now, delaying manufacturing in Berlin. All of these problems caused the souffle to be down about 8%. We look at banks, down across the board. The exception is the companies that benefit as the consumer continues to spend and rates stick higher. The credit card companies, Visa and MasterCard. On the other hand, you look at AXP, Amex. Why is that down? We talked about the affluent consumer pulling back on spending. This is why we see American Express down. But Visa, MasterCard, you know, the regular folks, the poories, the middle class, they have to cope with this inflation and the rising costs.
Waller
by
said about
swapping the credit cards
approximate
up and down,
endpoint
up and
for
down. So that's good
reserves
for
is
Visa,
likely around 10
MasterCard
to
for now.
11%
We
of
see
GDP.
rebounds in the
No
insurance
reason
companies. Those remain
for
hot. Insurance is scam right now.
on
They can
RRP
charge
to
whatever
have
they
anything
want.
in
So you
it.
see dips in names such as PGR, Progressive, being bought all the time. If you look at healthcare, remains hot. Ozempic mania still here. Eli Lilly. Biotech was hot, although we've seen some pullbacks in some biotech names such as Moderna. Some money coming out of the insurance names, UNH, Cigna. Where's the money flowing to? The answer is medical devices, they remain hot. Abbott, Medtronic. We have SYK, Stryker, that continues to be hot. We looked at the chart over and over in the live streams. And it
Waller
looks pretty
said
good for
expect
now.
we'll
The
think about
instruments,
slowing the pace of
ICRG,
tapering
that's
balance
also
sheet
hot, gained big
sometime
week.
this year.
When it comes to the industrials, which are really sensitive to the dollar going up or down, the dollar was flattish for the week, so we see mixed reactions, but Boeing, of course, has a huge weighting in the ETF, the XLI. And no surprise here, was down over 12.5% for the week, dragging down the entire index with it. Now, yields did not do much either. We're talking about bond yields, but it was a risk-on week, not a risk-off, so we see utilities down in the red. We see real estate mixed. Utilities, of course, being the defensive yield-sensitive, while we have real estate as the risk-on yield-sensitive. And this week was risk-on, not risk-off. Mixed bag here in materials. You see NEM, New Mount, Gold Miner had a lot of problems, but the rest of gold miners are doing okay. Same goes for energy. The refiners, MPC, Valero, did pretty good. Rest of energy stocks were down for the week. The defensives caught a bid, so we see names such as STZ, that moved higher. Names such as Costco with a rebound worth about 4%, Walmart, Procter & Gamble. Of course, the weak link now is PepsiCo. And the reason is we have some supermarkets, at least in Europe, kicking them out because their prices are too high. So the question now becomes, is PepsiCo losing their pricing power? Looking at cyclicals, what do we see here? Big rebounds in Home Depot, Lowe's, perhaps with mortgage rates going down. Folks are betting that we will see at least some demand for Home Depot, some repairs going on, updates in the homes, in preparation to dump them in the market. That's what the assumption says right now. We'll see what reality says later on. Auto manufacturers, we talked about Tesla being a problem, GM, Ford, all down for the week. But we see Toyota up about 4.5% for the week. The reason is the yen is down. And the Nikkei is surging higher, the Japanese stock market. So Toyota is the outperformer here. Talked about Amazon, talked about Meta and comm services. You got Netflix, decent week, cutting costs. So we see that the name moving higher. Bad
Well,
week
similar
for the winners
layout.
of last week. Verizon,
Kuski's
AT&T. Those are down
Chet
4% for
still on
Verizon,
there.
over 5.5% for AT&T. All in all, the rotation from the defensives back into the big caps again. You look at the year-to-date performance for the map here. Nothing happened. Most of the market is flattish to down, with the winners being NVIDIA, Meta, the Ozempic mania, and Eli Lilly. Some of the healthcare names are doing
Wow,
pretty good.
what
But,
a
the losers, led
disaster
by
this is.
Boeing, Tesla, a lot of the other chip names and the banks were down. But all in all, the market is flattish. Nothing happened so far this year. Looking at the weekly performances for the ETFs here, the heat map, what do we see? Looking at the TLT and the TMF, bond yields did not do much. So it was pretty much depending on what the inflows and outflows are. And the inflows this week were chasing large cap growth. So we see the IWF, VUG outperforming the rest. Outperforming value, mid cap, small caps. So it was a decent week for the XOK
Solid.
big cap technology stocks.
Really?
And of course, NVIDIA led the SMH.
Warrants.
This is the CHIPS ETF higher for the week. It was not a good week for regional banks, KRE, or for energy, XLE, XOP, but it was a decent week for URA, uranium, and definitely a decent week for UNG, natural gas. I'm not sure if that's going to be sustained or not, as, of course, the worst of the storm will be behind us after tomorrow. Then we'll look at internationals. Chinese equities down, even though the dollar did not move by a lot. But we see the EWJ, Japan, up big, over 4.5% in 1 week alone. The outflows out of Chinese equities continue, and they're now chasing Indian and Japanese equities. So you see the
LAS.
INDA, the India ETF, also finishing the week positive by almost 2%.
It's a tough one to
Now,
trade,
all in
though.
all, you look at the heat map for the year so far.
SATS.
Nothing really is going on here. We're flattish. So we haven't established a theme yet. And that's the challenge, so long as we continue to search for what will the Fed do next, depending on the data. Let's move on and do some charts and then wrap it up. We begin with the SPY, an hourly chart. What do we see here? Last week, we talked about the possibility of a falling wedge here, and we could see a breakout. We got a breakout. We're now back at the highs again from last year, but the chart is having a hard time passing above. On Friday, it formed a pullback in a bear flag pattern. If this plays out, we could retrace some of the gains from last week. And if that happens, we have strong support in or around 473. That is a critical number, because if we lose 473,
You can't tell the
then there is a
difference
high
between
probability
165
we'll be
hertz and
down
60
to
hertz.
468 really soon.
While
Raising
gaming,
McCarty of the
then you're
gains
on crack
progressive.
cocaine.
Now, we'll take the bear flag with a grain of salt, and the reason is we had some
It is
deals
night
ahead
and
of a
day.
long holiday week, and it was low volume. But the
No, if you're
confirmation
just
for
trading
the bear
stocks, you're not
flag
going to know
is
the
losing
difference.
475.
But it is
Looking
freaking
at
night
the
and
daily
day.
chart for the SPY, what do we see here? We talked about the easier path before the CPI, just finish the move to the downside, get us to the lower.
I'd
range
almost
of
venture to
range,
say
get
it's
us
one of
to
the biggest
oversold,
visual
then we're gonna get a rebound
things
up
you
the
could do
CPI.
to
We took the
increase
harder
your
path
gaming
instead, which is
experience
rebounding ahead
is
of the CPI.
refresh
And then
rate.
after the CPI and the PPI came out, we're kind of not
Oh my
sure
gosh,
here
going
what to
from
do.
60?
Got a retest of the 20
I remember when I
days
went from
moving
60
average
to
and closed at the highs.
120,
So for
right?
now,
Just doubled
we
it.
have to
It was
assume
like,
that the
oh
path
my
is higher,
gosh,
absent of
the whole
losing
new
the 20
world.
days moving
Anyone that
average
I've ever
down
met
and look
that
at the
has done
Vortex
that,
indicator, if we expand that a little bit, you see
same
the
thing.
blue line
Oh
is
my
advancing here. So the bullish
My
candle
guess is you might
continues
not have your
to
settings
advance
right
over the bearish
on
average.
your monitor
The higher
and in
we
your
go,
video
at least for
card.
now. We go back to the chart again. What's up with the MACD?
Because if you don't
though? Why
notice
is
the
MACD
difference between
continuing to
60
trend
and
negative despite the
160
rebound
while
that we
gaming,
got this
then
week?
you have
The
a setting
answer to
that's wrong.
That is, the MACD is more sensitive to the volume than the vortex. And throughout the
Or
rebound,
you're
it
using
was led
HDMI
by
cables or an old
weak and
HDMI, whatever.
declining volume. So the MACD right now says that whatever rebound we got, it is really weak. It is on shaky ground because there was no volume behind it. What do you do in this case? So long as we're above the 20. You got to go with the vortex, but keep in mind that the MACD's
What frame
warnings
rate are you
that
getting
the
on
rebound was weak
Cyberpunk?
and it could be erased really fast. And once we lose the 20 days moving average, then we have a short trade again. So look at the E-mini futures, an hourly chart. What do we see here? We talked about the importance of
Frame rate is 40 to 60.
4,772.
Well, that's your
By the
problem.
way, that was
If your
before
frame rate
any
is only
reaction
60,
was
you're
done
not
on that line.
you're
We're
not
gonna
going
be
to see a
at
difference.
that
At the highs
It
of
is an important line, and
55%.
we don't have a
Delta Alpha
reversal
Sandy
of the
Sandy.
trend until we lose this line. You can see that it held pretty good twice.
Oh
so
my
your assumption
gosh.
right now, you got no reversal and no short
Waller
trade against the rebound here.
Said blowback
until we
from
lose
banking
the
industry
For
and capital
smoothness,
really
that's
shows
why
that
you'd
most
want a
bank
higher
capital
one.
rules need a major
4,772
overhaul.
in the E-mini futures. Looking at the data,
It's the
chart,
difference
what do we
between
see? We're not doing a lot. We got a rebound off 4,700,
It's
which is really
massively
strong support
different.
for now, and a critical number. Because if we lose that line,
Why would
then
you
it's
want
over.
more?
We got a
Goodness
top
gracious.
here, but we're gonna have more losses to come. We're probably not gonna see the highs that we're seeing right now if we lose 4,700. Even if
I've got
all
a
the fears are
160
gone,
megahertz
we have rate
monitor,
cuts. We're
and
not
I'm
gonna
only
see
getting
them for
5
while.
frames a
Maybe
second. I
it's
see
this
no
summer.
difference
That's
between
the
my
bullish
60
outlook.
FPS
So it
and
is
my
an important
120
number. It is
or my
critical
160.
support
Zero
for
difference on
bond
5
yields.
frames a
Now,
second. I
what do we
wonder
see the
why.
chart saying here? You can argue
Come
for the
on!
low flat consolidation pattern and the energy to be released to the upside. We expand the vortex indicator in the E-mini futures. What do we see here? The predominant momentum, at least at the
I have a
moment right now,
4090.
is the blue
You have a
line, aka
4090 and you're
but it is
only
losing
getting
steam.
60
You
frames
see the red line
in
firming up. So
Cyberpunk.
this
You got
plays
something
out.
messed up.
Probably the
What's
bears
your
regain
CPU?
momentum. and erase the gains.
I don't
that we
know
got
how
from the week.
CPU intensive
You look
that
at
game
the
is,
weekly
but
chart for the E-mini futures.
you need to take off
it's not the
what's the
easiest
NVIDIA
trading setup
freaking
because we've been consolidating here.
thing where it
Went down a
boosts
week,
whatever.
went up a week, and now we have to wait for what will be the move. Is it going to be
Ray
a
tracing?
break
Yeah,
to the
turn ray
upside,
tracing
go
off.
back to the
Turn that
upper
off.
Bollinger Bands,
Turn that off.
20%? That should be the base assumption for now. Absent of what? Absent of losing 4,600, lose 4,700. Then we have to assume that we have a pullback all the way down to the 20 weeks moving average. That will be in or around 4,500. Looking at the Qs and hourly chart, what do we see here? Talked about the saucer bottoming formation last week and the possibility of moving higher. Indeed, we moved higher. And now what? We got back to the highs. We closed all of the gaps above. We got a little bit of a pullback Friday, forming a bear flag pattern. Take that with a grain of salt because of the low volume and the de-risking heading into the long holiday
Jeffy,
weekend.
let's go.
Confirmation for a
28
reversal
subs a
in
channel. Let's go,
progress.
bud.
What we got for the week is the loss of the line 404.5. Looking at the daily chart for the Qs, what do we see here? We got a rebound this week. We're above the 20. Done a retest of the 20. We are still trading above. So the assumption should be, going with the Vortex indicator, that the bullish momentum is predominant and increasing. The problem goes back to MACD. Why is the MACD still
It's the ray
trending
tracing.
negative?
He's
A,
playing
it's
with
lagging. B, it is
DATS
volume
popping up.
sensitive. And the
It's the
rebound
ray
came
tracing
on
that'll
low
slow
volume.
you
But
way
again,
down.
it
Turn
cannot
that
really
off.
say
You'll see
that
your
down
frame
we
rates
go
like
again until we
double.
lose the 20 days
VIP
moving average
Jeffy.
in or around 406. Daily chart for the Nasdaq futures. What do
We're
we
just
see
trying to
here?
give you the
Once
best
again, we're above the 20, so for now,
experience,
until
my
we lose
man.
the 20.
You
Now,
gotta
say
you gotta
losing
max out your refresh rate of
6,767.5
your monitor,
would be
and then from there,
confirmation. You gotta go
Jesus
with the
thing.
assumption that higher we go until proven
And then
otherwise.
from there, you
Better
can
yet,
calm it down.
you start
All right,
within a
over
range.
375,
You're
we're
better off not
talking.
trading here. You're better off waiting for a break
Pull
one
us-
way or
pull
the
us
other.
down.
If we break
Go
above
350.
17,165.25,
DATS stat chart, you gotta
big
assume
spike
that we
now,
have
more upside to come.
hitting
Lose
high of
16,767.5.
$3.73
You gotta
Delta Alpha
assume
Tango
that we
Sandy.
hit more high, but we have more downside to come. Look at the Vortex indicator. It's a battlefield. There is no definitive answer right here. It's easier to trade when you have a clear setup, up or down. Harder to trade when you have a battlefield.
Wow, you can't reclaim
in front of you. The IWM
350?
small caps daily chart. What do we see here? Below the 20. So this is more negative than the SPY and the Qs. Is it lagging? And is the opportunity to catch up with the SPY and the Qs, or is it the leading indicator?
Wow.
The S&P and the
I
Nasdaq
don't like
will
that.
be dragged down
I don't
with
like
it.
that.
You gotta
Wow.
understand the IWM is more rate sensitive
Wow.
than the SPY or the Qs. So for now, as we've seen a rebound, at least a tiny bit, in bond yields, the IWM
Market
small
down?
caps,
Not
a lot of
really.
zombie companies is upset. It is holding the support of the gap in or around 193.5. If that's
got
working,
you,
and there's
Trevor.
a high possibility it could, then down we go to the zone I'm highlighting here, below the Bollinger Bands, which would be in or around 185.
Jeffy, you're in.
Breaking above the 20 days moving
Because you,
average, and indeed, we
gifted
have a
quite a bit
catch-up
in the
play
world.
here, where the IWM is
Let's
going
go.
to catch
You
up
wanna
with the
dance?
SPY and the Qs.
You wanna dance,
That would
Don
be the
Vin?
opportunity.
Let's frickin'
Looking at the
dance.
weekly chart, what do we see here? Got really
Shit.
excessive. The upper
I don't wanna
Bollinger
dance
Bands on the
anymore.
weekly chart, print in, a
No,
reversal.
While there's
don't wanna
shipping
dance.
does
We got
not
a
need to
reversal
go through
now.
the Red
This week
Sea,
we have
could
a
require
indecision
some
candle,
one-time
also
level.
known as a
I
doji.
got an
impact on
out!
course, but not on
Doji.
underlying
No!
One way or the
Get
other.
wrecked!
This could be just a retreat, and then higher version of it, or it could be a big push down to the 20 weeks moving average. So what do we have to look
Let's see.
for? We have to look for.
I've never
retail
played
sales.
Cyberpunk. I own it,
Retail
but never
sales
played
will
it.
have an impact on bond yields, and if retail sales come out hot, we have indicators that that could be the case. Looking at the credit increase in December, with folks using and utilizing credit cards. If retail sales numbers come out as a blowout, we see rates moving higher again in bond yields, then the IWM will make it down to the 20 weeks moving average. That will be in or around 182. If retail sales come out soft, but not too soft, as indicating a recession, then we go back to rate cut expectations, and we see bond yields going down, and the IWM popping higher and reaching the upper Bollinger Bands again. What about the dollar? What do we see here? Holding above the 20 days moving average, consolidating for now, appears to be bullish, to me at least. Waiting a breakout, maybe retail sales will do the job here. But so far, it's not upsetting the
GSK
old
announcing
man goal.
intention
The
to
old
sell
man's
about
actually above the
300
20 days
million
moving
shares in
average. Went down
Halion.
to the lower Bollinger
That's
Bands,
Gulf
now got a
Sandy
rebound,
Kilo,
so what's up with
GSK.
that here? Is the old man saying, watch out, the dollar will go down? That's a possibility. The other possibility is, if we switch to a line chart, you got gold in green, and you got the dollar in orange here. We should have switched the colors, but anyways, we can see that we have instances where gold outperforms despite the fact that the dollar is trending higher. Why do we see that? Hedging against geopolitics. So you can see since October 7, gold has been trending higher, with higher highs and higher lows. And recently, the
Bob, a
dollar
5-minute
and
cuck.
gold been moving higher together. Dollar is moving higher because we're anticipating the rate cuts will not happen by March, given the CPI. But gold is also moving higher as a hedge against the flaring geopolitics. You look at the GDX gold miners daily chart. Got a breakout off the falling wedge, reaching the lower Bollinger Bands. This was an easy trade. Now it becomes a little harder. We got to 29.77. We didn't really close above, but it's not a big deal here. If we continue to move higher, as we see gold prices moving higher, the assumption is NEM will be bought again and gold miners will recover, reaching above the 20 days moving average. The same can be said with silver. Got to the lower Bollinger Bands, formed a falling wedge pattern, got the breakout short of the 20. But all we need is just a pop in the commodity price, dollar or no dollar, so long as we see demand based on the geopolitics. It's going to make it above the 20 days moving average. Now, if investors reassess after a long weekend, they say, you know what, the geopolitics right now are stable. We bombed Yemen and nothing happened so far. Then we could see a pullback in oil, gold, and silver. So the assessment will become really important here. My take, if that happens and we see a pullback, that would be a buying opportunity. And the reason is, you cannot really assume that we're out of the woods when it comes to the geopolitics. We look at Brent oil. What do we see here? Friday session got to the top of the Bollinger Bands, then pulled back, closed above the 20 days moving average. As I'm recording the video right now, we're trading a little below the 20 days moving average. It becomes really hard looking at the daily chart to assess which way to go. Tailwinds, geopolitics, headwinds, the supply problem. We look at the weekly chart. Can we make an argument here that maybe this is a bear flag pattern and down we go in oil? You can make that argument. And again, it depends on the data. More recessionary data, more weak data from China means that we have the headwind winning here. Problem is, we can make a case that this could be also a bottoming formation. In a double bottom, triple bottom, doesn't matter. We found some support here before. And if the geopolitics
shares of
becomes really
Halion
a headache
falling
for investors,
on that
and we look for hedging,
news that
we could see
GSK
the
is to
chart
sell
rebounding and moving higher from this
shares
point on. So again, the
in
question now becomes, when
Halion.
you hedge against the
That's
geopolitics,
until Lima November,
you want
Gulf
to go with the
Sandy Kilo.
volatility of oil. It is the highest risk, highest reward option, but you have other options. You have stable options like gold. You have defense contractors that you can consider too. When we look at the 10-year yield, what do we see here in the daily chart? It is the battle of the averages. Support at the 20 MA, resistance at the 200. Break above, we have a big pop higher coming for bond yields, and the equities market will flush down big. Break below the 20 days moving average. Means the
ACIC,
yields are
American
going
Coastal
down, and equities
Insurance,
will probably
getting
love
a
it. I
pop
think
here,
the
Alpha
retail
Trolley,
sales will seal
India
the deal
Trolley.
this week. Look at rate sensitive charts. XHB daily chart. What do we see here?
Yeah,
We got a pullback
UMash
Friday,
doing decent
closing
today.
below the 20 days moving average, but I don't want to short this one here until I get a confirmation that yields are
Feds
going higher,
Waller
until I see a
said
break above, or excuse me, below
4% wage growth is a
91.45.
little
Then we
high, but
unlock
not by much.
More downside to come in this chart. We look at the IYR, real estate. It's a lot weaker than the home builders. It is below the 20 days moving average. It went down in a retest of the lower Bollinger Bands, caught a rebound, and caught the resistance of the 20 days moving average. And it's now just yo-yoing back and forth. If Friday was a rejection of the 20, then down we go to the lower end of this channel, in or around 88 or below. But the big move not coming until after retail sales. XBI Biotech, I still love the sector here, but you have to be picky. And sometimes, maybe it went way too high too fast. What we see is a retest, filling the gap, and then a failure, which is bearish, not bullish. If we see that retail sales pushing bond yields higher, then the XBI will lose the 20 days moving average. And maybe find some support at the low 80s. The message here is, if you're long XBI, you gotta have some good hedging plan. The XLU utilities, what do we see here? Daily chart, again, rate sensitive, not looking pretty good here. It lost the 20. Got a big rejection candle on Thursday. And Friday, we got a confirmation below.
Waller
the
said
20 days
AI
moving
not
average.
likely
Unless we
driving
get defensive,
productivity
That's right,
gains yet,
Wang.
more likely due to
Not
pandemic
shot. Then you
changes
have the
as
KRE,
firms
which is
Would it be
adapt
better
to
for
more
the
with
sensitive
less.
regional banks.
Would it be
Not
better
good
for the
closing
American
here on Friday.
economy,
Made a retest
Francis,
of
right?
51.38.
But I'm
Couldn't really
curious,
close
Biden is
above
not
it and
likely to
closed
be
the
rid-
lows.
and there's
Caught
Trump,
some
Vivek,
rebound, some support from the lower
Buttigieg,
Bollinger Bands.
Kamala.
If yields continue
What
to
would
go
be
higher,
better for the
then
American
the KRE
economy?
will lose the lower Bollinger Bands of support because it's going to expand to the downside. Then we have to look down at 47 and a
Whoever can
half.
figure out the
KKR.
inflation issue.
JPM, big gap and crap here. Got to the top of the Bollinger Bands, above 173.35, and then closed below, almost.
XLKKR
And the
to
20 days
acquire
moving average worth of support here. We have a bearish
a
trade on
certified
JPM.
from
I
American
would say we have to
Express.
stick
That's
with it
Alpha
here.
X-ray
It
pop-up.
extended a little bit because this reaction was bearish. It was not a good reaction. Same goes for BAC. We got a bearish trade on it. I think it already played to the target. And then we talked in the morning brief on Friday for the possibility for a rebound in or or around 32.13. We got the rebound, got us above the Bollinger Bands, but we closed below. So again, a loss of 32.13 will be confirmation that we have more downside to come in BAC. The VIX daily chart, what do we do here? Falling wedge, got a breakout on Friday, maybe the beginning of the demand, as we just covered in the options market coverage. Demand for the VIX, demand for hedging, cheap hedging could push the VIX higher here, but it got to go above 14.13, close the week above to initiate and unlock more upside to come. Apple, Big Kahuna, daily chart, what do we do here? We caught support from the 200, not the 200 days moving average. Now we're in purgatory, really. Can you short Apple again? If we lose 183.5, I guess. You can go all the way down to the 200 days moving average in or around 180.5. But the big short will not happen until we lose the 200 days moving average. Then the algos will be on your side, also dumping Apple along with you. But the risk here to the upside is if we plug in the Bollinger Bands and the 20 days moving average, the chart could do a move all the way to the 20 at around 190, if not even close the gap altogether. So there is still risk to the upside in a continuation of the rebound here. You look at the weekly chart for Apple, which way does it lean? It leans bearish. We're above the 20 weeks moving average again, but we're losing a lot of momentum. I would say you need to see another loss of the 20 weeks moving average at around 183.33 to get a confirmation that we're not going to fill the gap, and down we go to the lower Bollinger Bands with a loss of about 10.5% from this point on. Otherwise, you can go up, close the gap with gains of about 3.70%, and then we see what happens. So for now, still no confirmation one way or the other. You actually got to assume that the chart will close the gap.
That's right, Guac. I mean, Googly requested it, so we're watching
then
it.
We got to trade to the downside. Microsoft, daily chart. We talked about the energy release. You look at the momentum indicators, RSI, MACD, Vortex, all positive here. So we got to break above 376. We got to break above the previous highs at 384.30. So long as we trade above, we have more juice to squeeze to the upside here. If we lose 384.30, then we're going to get a pullback. But again, all in all, the chart remains positive. Tesla, souffle, what do we see here? Daily chart. Number one, we lost the 200 days.
Why does he
moving
call it
average,
souffle?
and that's bearish, now bullish. With that being said, number two, we're at the lower Bollinger Bands, so we're getting a little oversold here, even looking at
bounce
the
off the
RSI.
200.
Can we see a rebound here? The answer is possible. If we erase all of these indicators and use the lines that we have, support and resistance, we also have support at 217. So we can make a case here of Tesla rebounding all the way to the 200 days moving average if it is met with rejection again. Then we have more downside to come. But what if the souffle just decides to go way oversold, unlock more downside ahead of the report that's coming out soon? For that, we'll look at the weekly chart. We lost the 20 weeks moving average, and we have support at the lower Bollinger Bands. That'll be in or around 205.5. That will be a loss from this point on, worth about 6% or so. But the bottom line is, if you see Tesla down again, 5-6%, it's probably going to get really, really oversold. And you got to play a rebound at that point. Now, are they going to make it that easy to get it really oversold in the daily and the weekly, and then it becomes a no-brainer to bet for a rebound ahead of the report coming out? I don't think so. I think what they're going to do is rebound it ahead of time, retouch the 200, and then take it from there. If there's a rejection, then we have more downside to come. I think if you happen to be on the bearish side for Tesla, you don't want to head to the report being really oversold. You want to see a rebound, catch in some buyers, trap them in, then the report comes out and unlock more downside to come. BA Boeing daily chart. What do we do here? We got the big drop, and if you happen to be in my Discord, we got a trade on it. It was a really handsome trade here with a lot of profits, but we had to close it because we got expiration date of Jan 19th, so not enough time here. But if you have a longer trade with the expiration date, you can stretch it all the way down to 212.88, and then you're going to find strong support. So you have a little bit of juice here to the downside, but you got to be careful. The move is pretty much coming to an end. My expectations are there is a rebound coming soon. If we look at NVDA and NVIDIA daily chart, what do we see here? We talked about the inverse head and shoulder, the breakout. We got the breakout. Now we're getting really overstretched here. The RSI is overbought. We're above the daily Bollinger Band, so would not be surprised here if I get a pullback, let's say to 530, 525. But ultimately, you look at the weekly chart. Sure, we got a little overbought here outside of the upper Bollinger Bands, but any pullback will be bought, at least for now. And the reason is, you look at the momentum indicators, they're all positive. Vortex, RSI, MACD, now changing back to positive. And again, I'm a NVIDIA bear, but the chart looks good. The momentum is still here, so you got to assume that the momentum will continue, and we have all of this energy release happening right now. it's going to run into a wall. But that wall is not going to come until we see earnings becoming front and center. Same goes for AMD. We see in the weekly chart here, got really overbought, we got a correction, then we got overbought again, reaching the upper Bollinger Band. So what do we do here? The message from the chart is we pretty much reached the top of the gains here, at least for now. We need to pull back more to find the energy to unlock more upside. Now, if you happen to be an AMD shareholder, what I would do is selling the 150 calls, covered calls, with expiration date of Jan 26. Then buying the 143 puts. It will cost you all in all about $9 here. So it's a cheap insurance policy if there is more downside to come for AMD. But you got to make sure that you're okay with dumping your shares at 150, because if we trade above 150, your obligation is to sell at 150. Now, to me, it's not a problem because you can sell it and buy it back again. But for now, after a clear rejection pattern here, the upside is limited, at least for now. You got to have some good hedging strategy. Looking at tulips, Bitcoin, what do we see here? Sell the news, we got below the 20 days moving average, but not major damage. I don't see any major damage here. We can talk about that if we lose 40,000, most importantly, 38,000. For now, it's sell the news. Buyers could step in again, but the buyers are being distracted right now, looking for the next big move in cryptos. So you see Ethereum outperforming Bitcoin. You have the shitcoins now gaining steam over Bitcoin. And this is why we see the chart a little weaker. But again, no more downside coming until we lose 38,000. It begins with 40,000. For now, it's just consolidating within a range. But the damage has been done for the miners and those stocks that are branded ahead of time in anticipation of the ETF approval. So you look at Mara, it played out the inverse ABC pattern. It could finish it all the way down at 17, 16-ish, and then find support. But these are really volatile names. And the dip buyers will come out and at least attempt to get it back above the 20 days moving average. For now, the downside is the predominant move, but I would not be surprised to see dip buyers showing up. If they do, and we have a rejection off the 20 days moving average again, then that will be a shorting signal all the way down to the support that we will find in or around 16-ish. Then we'll look at COIN Coinbase. What do we see here? Talked about the retest of the 20 and the failure, big bearish engulfing candle. Now, in Friday's session, we've done a retest filling the gap. That was a no-go, and the chart closed at the lows of the day, losing the gap, losing 134.33, which is a previous support line, and losing the lower Bollinger Bands. Now, we can expand the Bollinger Bands to the downside, and we see more losses to come. And this is the consensus for now, absent of recapturing 134.33 and closing above by the end of the day. Moving on to the conclusion of this video, what do we have on the economic calendar this week? Monday.
FUSN, Fusion Pharmaceuticals, popping to the highs, $9.84. Foxtrot Uniform sending November.
Kind of a support level here on AMD, 158. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You were so freaking lucky. For those of you who are not watching the shit show that just happened, Boris was the #1 ranked player on the table, or in the tourney, and I was #2. Boris bets, or no, Zach bets, I call. Boris raises. Zach calls. I raise. Boris all's in. Zach folds. I go all in. So I have pocket aces. Feeling pretty good about this one. He has pocket nines. Guess who hits their freaking card with a 12% chance of winning?
DATS, that's Chad, another spike here now, $4.13.
Every damn time.
DATS.
Every damn time. Freaking A, Boris. How often do I receive Vaxta? Once or twice a quarter. Last time, what's his face? He forgot, he didn't get the right memo. It was Ultimate Ears that I was wanting, not earplugs. So about a $4,000 difference between what these are and what I wanted. Jeez. Would have been good for the Mad video. All right, so this DATS, getting over the 200, this is where things can kind of get stupid. You kind of see here, when I got over the 200, that was a $1.50 move. Here over the 200, $2, $3 move here. So I'm expecting decent moves here. I haven't really made a decent trade in a while. 4,000 for earphones. They're not earphones, my friend. They're inner ear monitors. Okay. Top of the line inner ear monitors. Okay. Okay. $95. 6. Go.
VXRT, Vaxart, more highs now, up about 27%.
Hey, how?
Company has several news items today.
How is that even freaking possible?
Including a U.S. government contract.
Or should Phil still green on it?
A $10 million registered direct
Did this really
offering.
hit 413? Or is that a...
And
yeah, I guess
the
so.
CEO resigning.
Refresh
That's a VXRT.
There we go. So this is a failed cock. I know E-Trade's not showing us this candlestick, but shorts get emboldened now. Might set up a W, so we'll be ready for that one.
HLN, Halion shares now at the intraday high. $8.54 after initially selling off on report that GlaxoSmithKline was selling its 3.2% stake in its spinoff Halion, that's Hotel Lima November.
That's with a W now over $4, basically. Is it 98? Oh. High here is 96. Gonna go and pull back. Gotta get over that 96. Couldn't do it. Oh, gosh. Oh, it did do it. So it's a failed W. That ain't good.
Ticker PBF, Papa Bravo Foxtrot shares seeing the increase of activity, new lows for PBF.
Gotta take a piss. Be right back. Quite the bounce on AMD there. Jeez. Pretty slow here. It was interesting early, but ever since it's been kind of blah. Wow. Excuse me. Sauna. Thanks, Nick. HMST. Fun's trying again. Fun going for it. UWC might do something. Sauna has some levels. Do you trade options? I do, Reckless. Occasionally. I try not to, but sometimes that's the only vehicle I have to trade an asset. 14. Jeez. Some size. It is slow. I'm thinking about stackers. I'm thinking about it. Especially with options expiring this week, right? Sauna is interesting. Dip and rip. Yeah. Oh, good fill there, U-turn. Go get some carpets and drapes. It's pretty quiet right now. What's your Mac pullback handles you consider? For a 1 minute play, it's 2 to 3 is the sweet spot. Once you get into 4, then it's a little extended and you're like wondering where the bulls are. And then you're like, maybe I should just wait for 5 minutes at that point. AMC. Josh Brown on CHKP. HMST, 5-minute cuck and go potential. There we go. Okay. Okay. So quiet. So quiet. So I did a little investigating in the HelloFresh coupon that they're doing. Because I ordered my HelloFresh this weekend. It'll be here Monday. JBLU. Whoa, what's going on here? JBLU. JB. Alaskan Air for sure, yeah. JetBlue's, is this a buyout target? Spirit Aerosystems will immediately add 737 inspections to production line that replicate what airlines will do to. What was the news? Of course, I just missed it, huh? No, I just wondering how the coupon code worked with HelloFresh, because like how do they in their system, how do they give you a free breakfast item? They don't give you the breakfast item; they just discount you. They just put more of a discount on top. Does that make sense? So if one breakfast item is $20, they just discount your order $20, whether you get the breakfast item or not. NFT math. What was the news here? Over 30. I don't even know why it's going up yet. No one's mentioned anything. Is this a Hunter 6? Let's go, bud. Get that teal bag. Looks good next to your name.
6.
What's the deal with this? Is it a buyout thing? Save. Spirit Airlines. Why is this down on that news? Spirit Aerosystems will immediately add 737 inspections to production line that replicate what airlines will do to return MAX 9 to service. Why is this down? This sounds like a buy. Meaning they're fixing the they're fixing the issue on the production line, or is this them saying, "Oh, our bad, not Boeing's"? No, I get it, but I don't understand why it's down. They're saying they're fixing it on the production line. Am I reading this wrong? That's not the news. What's the news? 5207. Well, that's the news that I have. What do you have? I have the news at 12:52 and 7 seconds came out, what I just said. And that is when this moved. When your door becomes a window, something about God closing your door and opening 30,000 feet. Holy shit! Someone explain to me what's going on here. I go and get myself a breakfast burrito, and when I come back, the Spirit Aerosystem is no longer a billion-dollar company. Merger news. %46 down. Yeah, maybe it is emitting fault, but again, This isn't moving that much. There it is. Circulation deal has been blocked. Of all of them. Oh, I'm thinking of SPR, not SAV. I'm thinking of SPR. That's what I'm getting all screwed up. Spirit Aerosystems is what I'm thinking of. And we're talking Spirit Airlines. Ugh. Okay, now it makes sense. Judge says low cost airline merger violates antitrust law. Oh, okay. I mean, there's a big bounce zone here. Ever had baklava? Absolutely. It's delicious. Second false halt? No. Okay. And by the way, you 5 that bought HelloFresh, I want to know what you got. Speak up. All 5 of you. Take advantage of that deal. That Salt Lake kid is good at poker. Is that right? Wonder who you are. Not dosed. I doubt I can short it because the short share restricted. Well, it won't be easy. But I am looking for a bounce here. This is probably way overdone. And you did start to see a little bit of support come in there on that 585 level. It took a while to halt. There was one false halt there. So I think we're getting close. But I'm only going to go 100 shares. I'm not going 1,000. This thing's incredibly volatile. I'm making a trade against the current trend. I would not be taking this trade if I didn't have a cushion on the day. I don't know if I will take the trade. It's tanking because the news is that their merger with JetBlue got denied. But they're going to appeal and blah, blah, blah. Three seconds. 10-minute halt? Oh, there it is. Oh my gosh, jeez. That volume. Look at that freaking volume. Look at the buys here. Halted up now. Oh. First obstacle is going to be that 50-cent level, then 90 MA. $0.05, jeez. There's your 50-cent level, and then you get the 9. I mean, you got to think it comes back up to at least $7. We'll see though. How much is JetBlue worth? 1.7 billion. What was this? Jeez. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That's a great clip. That's a great clip. That's how you get someone out of your face that's on TV. That's a freaking great clip. Legendary clip. Well done, Cheese.
Those are your lucky numbers. Can I tell you what? Do you know your chances of winning?
Slim to none.
Slim to none. You're right. Let me tell you, it's 1 out of 292 million. What do you think about that?
I knew it.
You knew it. Your numbers are lucky, though. Am I right?
I hope so.
Can I ask you, if you won all the money, what would you do with it?
Bunch of hookers and cocaine.
Oh, okay. That's not good. We were hoping for a different answer. That's probably not the answer that we're looking for.
Oh, that's funny. Kyle Connor back after slates. You're getting Kyle Connor back soon? My season's in high jeopardy here. Let me tell you all, let me tell you what I've lost here in the past. I mean, I'm being devastated. I'm getting wrecked. I've had to drop Dougie Hamilton because he's not coming back until maybe playoff time, as in NHL playoffs. There goes my number one defender that I picked this year. Gone. Finally let him go. They gave an update on his injury status. Not coming back until maybe first or second round of the playoffs. So that means he's not coming back. I've lost him. I lost my number one goaltender. I've lost, I lost Zibanejad for 3 games, and he's finally back. Patrick Kane I lost. He's just not coming back. Now I've lost Nichushkin for the rest of the season. Like, just goes into the player assistance program, meaning substance abuse or some kind of addiction, blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah, he was, no big deal. He was only the third or fourth best winger in the league. Not anymore because he's missed 3 games. But there's that. I just traded my fourth best center for Jack Hughes, which might turn out okay if Jack comes back before our playoffs starts. I was kind of banking that I would have a first round bye. That ain't happening anymore. I'm in the pits. My team went from elite level to mediocre overnight. I'm not winning the first round bye. I'm going to be in it. I made the playoffs, but I'm going to be in it. And it could be me and Zach. Oh, geez, I'm not looking forward to this. Where is it? It could be me and Zach first round. First off, Mutant Discord. We're about to go off here, boys. Let's look at the score. No. Let's back up. Not week 14. We'll go week 13. Because in week 14, I played the Mighty Cucks. Okay? The Mighty Cucks. This is who I played last week. He had a good week that week in week 13, 419 points. Before that, what did the Mighty Cucks have? 400 points. Okay, another good week. The week before that, what did the Mighty Cucks do? 467, pretty darn good, actually. He did that against a number 1 opponent. Week 10, the Mighty Cucks, what did he do? 463. Still, that's a really good week, actually. Week 9, 400. Okay. 8, short week. 397. Best weeks, slightly over 450. Average week, we'll call it 400. What happens when he plays old SJ? The bastard gets 492. Like, there's a big difference between 450 and almost 500 points. He didn't even try the last day. He didn't even try it.
U.S.
He had a dude that had a hat trick and a shorthanded goal in the same freaking game.
Per day at 9.68 million.
How am I supposed to compete with that?
Barrel per day drop in January. That from the
And on
EIA.
top of that, during this week, I had multiple injuries all over the place. Look at this asshole. Look at this guy. 17 goals all year. He got 5 of them when they played me. Oh, one of them was a hat trick. Oh, or 3 of them was a hat trick. Oh, one of them was a shorthanded goal. Suck a dick. Coleman. None of us had Coleman even being drafted this year. He has Coleman. Coleman's on a freaking insane streak here. What is going on? He's having a career year this year. Horseshit. Now I'm going. Who am I playing? Oh, I'm playing the Moose is Loose. That's who I'm playing this week. Guess what? Guess how this week started out? Jeremy Swayman. Shut out. Oh, thanks. That's great. Freaking shut out. So anyway, going into the standings, I can't, by the way, play the music that I've been playing on this, even though it's copyright free, because YouTube will not let me post the video. So that's why we're going musicless right now. So the standings is the Mighty Cucks on a 10-game win streak. Absolutely insane. Let me show you something, though. Let me show you the horse shittery. This is the Mighty Cucks. He has 5,800 points for. He has 4,800 points against. Let's match that up with old SJ, who has almost 6,000 points for, but has almost 700 more points against than Joe freaking Mighty Cucks. What is this horse shittery? I have the most points against by a lot. Yet I'm in 3rd place overall. I've lost 3 games all season. It's horse shittery. Playoff picture. Let's look at it. Oh, by the way, moment of silence for Stutzel my Nutzel, a.k.a. Looney. Looney has been eliminated from playoff contention, can no longer make a trade. Damn it, Looney. I blame Looney being drunk on draft night and also not paying attention because his team should have done better. Right, Looney? Coach Rid hanging on by 8. He's got to win out. It's going to be, if Coach Rid wins out, he's going to tie Puck Buddies probably. I don't know how many games left are in the season. I think it's 4 weeks. It's going to be a close one. Zach, Coach Rid, or Moose is Loose. Anything can happen here. In the West, it's a little bit more tight for that final spot. Wait, it's only 3 go. How is this not locked up? No, I guess technically it's not locked up. So there must be 4 weeks. So if Freezing Mike Kucherov wins one more game, he's locked up the last spot in the West. Is that how it works?
The ticker LITE, Lima, India, Tango, Echo. Sure, seeing the increase of activity at the highs.
So if he wins one more game, he's locked it up. And you guys are screwed. So it's actually closer in the East. It's actually closer in the East. And the percentages would tell us that. Rip, what team are you again? You're Kurilla. Oh, yeah, there it is. So Kirill and Kucherov need to win one more game. Who are you guys playing this week? 3-pedal. And Kucherov has got Drunk as Hull. So it won't be easy. But I really need health. I need Jack Hughes to come back. And I don't know if it's going to happen. I was, for some reason, thinking our playoff started a little later. And I don't think it does. And I don't think he's coming back in 4 weeks. So I might have just dicked myself. I traded Coach Rid Malkin for him. And I don't know if I'll ever get to use Hughes. I might have dicked myself. Might have dicked myself. I'm going to get stomped by Moose. Shut your mouth, Shred. But yeah, if you've already gotten, a nice shutout to start the week off, I feel real good. Feel great. There's your 200 break on Boeing. Matthews heading tonight. Dude, Matthews has not slowed down at all. Neither is Quinn. HMST still moving. Very slowly, but it's going. Fun might be breaking out here, boys. High up here at 35, 36. That's the 200. It can get crazy. Isn't there options on Funware? Being a penny stock and all. There are. Oh, it's March. It's January. Oh, shit. Oh, ba-da-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee. Over $1 billion? That's insane. All right, I'm calling it. Good start to the week. Short week. I might play this funware as it's moving back up, but that's the only thing I'm really interested in right now. Maybe DATS. Thoughts on Roma? I'll give you my thoughts on Roma. I'm going to miss this funware, have you know. Roma, I don't like how you got your daily cock here and it didn't do anything. So it's got to settle in again and get near this for like a daily W. So we'll see. You got plenty of time. DATS has got some levels right through here. But other than that, it's funware, man. I bet you that's going to go high today while we're talking. Anyway, good start to the week. It's probably my second best day of the year. Basically made back the money that I spent this weekend. So we'll be back at it tomorrow. It's just slow. What can you do? We're going to raid Gingerbread. Gingerbread Beauty. Good luck to everybody finding the G-spot. Back at it tomorrow. Peace!